Good morning, conference. I'm Cara Jenkinson, one of the vice chairs of Federal Conference Committee, and I'm delighted to welcome you to conference. And I now call on our party president, Dr. Mark Pack.
Good morning, everyone. It's lovely to welcome once again everyone in person and those joining us online to one of our conferences. Now, when I opened our last conference in York earlier this year, I pointed out that at the time, the Conservative polling was so poor that they were on course for their worst election result since the Duke of Wellington in 1832. Now, I have a confession to make. I was wrong, because actually, this time in the general election, they did even worse than the Duke of Wellington. It was their worst election result in the history of the letterbox. Truly catastrophic. But it wasn't just that the Conservatives did badly, because since that York conference, we have had two major triumphs. In the May local elections, winning more council seats, more seats than the Conservatives. And then, of course, in the July election, helped by Ed's somewhat unexpected summer tour of the country's fairgrounds and lakes and roller coasters, we had that amazing result of 72 MPs, crucially overtaking the SNP to be once again the third party in the House of Commons. Now, there are many people who all through this conference we will be thanking and congratulating for their efforts that contributed to that. But I would just like to take a moment to particularly thank our election agents, because without our election agents, we don't have candidates on the ballot paper. And without our election agents then sorting the expense returns, we don't have our candidates kept out of jail. So many thanks to everyone who has been an agent in those rounds of elections. Now, at the heart of our general election manifesto were the policies democratically decided here at our conference, because members are rightly at the heart of our party and our conference. And at this conference, as we start the task of updating our policies and our strategies for the new political landscape, working out how to constructively oppose the new Labour government, how to continue making gains against the Conservatives, and how to see off the dangers of the nationalists and others. And we've already seen that, glad though I'm sure we all are to see the back of Rishi Sunak from Downing Street, there is and will be much for us to do to press Keir Starmer to go further, to be better, to be more liberal. We've already seen it with his decision to axe winter fuel payments, even from pensioners who are on less than the equivalent of the national minimum wage. We've already seen it with his failure to embrace the opportunity to rejoin the Erasmus scheme. And we've already seen it with the timid minimalism over House of Lords reform, only daring to tinker with hereditary peerages, not even giving us a House of Lords fit for the last century, let alone one fit for this. So there's much to do here at our conference, much debating, discussing, training, visiting of exhibition stands and more. And I would particularly encourage you to make good use of our exhibition, to call on the stands of our great official party bodies, people such as Liberal Democrat Women, ALDC or LGBT plus Liberal Democrats, to name just three. But first, it gives me great pleasure to introduce, to open our conference, one of those 72 wonders of the 4th of July. Someone who started with her team on 0 councillors less than a decade ago, but then went on last year to become the largest party on their council, and then fantastically, this year won the general election, which means I can be introducing the Member of Parliament for Mid Sussex, Alison Bennett.
Good morning, conference. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to Brighton, this most liberal of cities in our great country. But more importantly, I want to welcome you to the county of Sussex, east and west, and the city. It is more than 100 years since West Sussex last had a Liberal Member of Parliament. Norman Baker, the former Member of Parliament for Lewis, informed me that in 1923, Chichester was the last seat to elect a Liberal, and it was a Liberal by the name of Charles Rudkin. So how wonderful it is then, this year, that now West and East Sussex combined have got 5 Liberal Democrat members of Parliament. I would like to take you on a brief gold run for those of you old enough to remember blockbusters. Working from left to right or west to east, let's begin with the initials JBF, Jess Brown Fuller. She is the MP for Chichester of any of the 72 games on the night. Hello, Chichester. And then across to Horsham, John Milne. John will do nothing that won't be enough for the party, and he told me this week that he actually walked on broken glass as part of his duties as a Member of Parliament. And then on from Horsham, we go to Mid Sussex, where I was elected, and my Labour opponent in the press afterwards said that we played a blinder. To coin a phrase from a famous song, there's no other way. Moving across into East Sussex, James McCleary. Hello, Lewis. Who in his first week in Parliament managed to turn himself into a meme because of his eye rolling when sitting next to a certain new Member of Parliament in his first contribution to the House. And then finally, who could forget our very own Josh Babarindi from Eastbourne. Hello, Eastbourne. And his amazing stunt with Ed, bungee jumping. Although if you talk to Josh, he will tell you that he did have to pause a little while and he did question whether he could actually throw himself off the platform, but he got there in the end. And so, conference. Conference for me is a springboard for many great things. I first came here in 2016 and I was wandering around outside and I bumped into somebody who's become my agent and he said, Alison, why don't you come to the Chinese Liberal Democrat dinner this evening? And before I knew it, I was at a Chinese banquet with Paddy and Min Campbell thinking, how did this happen? This is an extraordinary weekend for me. And then in 2017, I remember sitting where you're sitting now, listening to Layla Moran, who had been newly elected. And she said, if you were wondering whether you could be an MP, you absolutely can. And that has stuck with me ever since, as we've worked hard, gained council seats, and eventually won the seat. If you're sitting there wondering whether you could be an MP, you absolutely can. So thank you, Layla, for those words and for that inspiration. And so we moved to conference in 2024. Some of you will have been here many, many times. I would urge you to enjoy this year, this great year where we've got so much to celebrate. You've been there through thick and thin. Thank you for everything you've done. But if you're new, if this is your first time, you are so welcome. Make the most of this weekend. Explore, come to the debates, try some training, maybe go to Glee Club if that's your thing. And make the most of it because there's so much to learn here. There's so much wonderful support. And without you and without conference, I wouldn't be standing where I am today. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Mark and to Alison. And we now move to agenda item F2, which is the Federal Conference Committee report. And I now ask Nick DaCosta, who will be moving the report. And Nick, of course, is the chair of FCC.
Thank you very much, Cara. Good morning, conference. It's amazing to be back in Brighton after a gap of just 6 years. So thank you very much, everyone, for being here. I hope you all look forward to conference starting today. I've been making my way around the venue already today and yesterday, and things are getting very exciting. We are set to have one of the largest attendances for a very long time, and of course bolstered by the increase of new MPs, us now being the largest third party in over 100 years, and also beating the Tories into second place in the May local elections. Conference is an amazing opportunity to network, take part in training, meet and get to know fellow Lib Dems, set the policy and direction of our party, and obviously to enjoy ourselves as well. Conference is party's sovereign decision-making body, and I'm so proud of everything that we all do. As some of you may be aware, a decision that the FCC had recently taken regarding not allowing a group to have a standard conference was overturned, which is of course disappointing. This was done due to legal advice received. First and foremost, the safety of all of our attendees at conference is of the highest importance. The FCC wants everyone to be able to enjoy themselves, to take full advantage of the amazing range of events and social activities that you can, but we must always remember that we should be respectful and pleasant to one another. We want conference to be a safe space for everyone who attends, and that when we do debate things, we do so in a safe, respectful, and collegiate manner. There are things that we will all disagree on, but rising to provocation is always counterproductive. The conference security team, organisers, chief stewards, and the FCC are here to support all of our members, and we want you all to feel safe and you to think about your well-being over the conference period. Therefore, I recommend to take a look at the welfare and self-care section of the conference website. I also want to remind all members of the Code of Conduct and the relevant definitions, and that any member who is in breach of the Code of Conduct is liable to removal from the conference centre and/or disciplinary action through the party's complaint system. Any serious threats will be referred to the police. I'm sorry that it'll start my report on a bit of a negative note. With that in mind, though, I do want everyone to really enjoy themselves. If you need assistance throughout conference, FCC members, I was going to look at my lanyard, but I've taken it off, have the FCC written on their badges. We have, of course, our wonderful stewards as well in the yellow polo shirts, and do reach out to them if you need any assistance. We couldn't deliver conference without the amazing work of so many volunteers who make it so fantastic, and of course the amazing conference office as well, who are supporting everyone. With that in mind, I'm happy to go over to questions.
Thank you very much, Nick. I'm wondering if you wanted to mention the potential...
Oh, sorry, apologies. Yes. So apologies as well, yes, I forgot to mention. We have, as you may have noticed in Conference Daily, we've had an opportunity to hear from a really interesting speaker called Magen Innon, whose parents were killed on 7th of October by Hamas in Israel. He's a cross-community campaigner, been working with Palestinians and Israelis on a two-state solution and getting communities to come together. As this was only available to us very short notice, we will have to have a vote of conference to vary the agenda to allow Mr. Innon to speak. So I hope that you would support the vote when we come to that. That will be chaired by Layla Moran, and that will be Sunday at 4:30, if you agree.
Thank you very much, Nick. So we're going to move to that vote on whether to add the additional speaker, Magen Innon. So if I could see in the hall all in favour of the additional speaker. Thank you very much. We should also have launched the online vote, so we will wait for the results for that to come in. But could I see all those against adding the extra speaker? Okay, thank you.
I like the new screen. Looks far more fancy.
Okay, well, I think that is clearly passed, and delighted that we've got that additional speaker. So, in relation to questions, so you can see the questions in the Conference Daily or Conference Extra. We answer some of those orally in the hall, and all of the other questions will receive written answers. The first question comes from William Barter and relates to motion selection. So if I could ask William to stand by in case of any supplementary. And Nick, over to you.
Perfect. Let me just pull up my answer. Sorry, I've just managed to close. I managed to close what I was working on. I will answer the question from William Barter in addition with that for Josh Lucas Mitte and also William Barter's second question, as well as all three of those questions relate to the same item. From time to time, party spokespersons produce spokesperson papers and accompanying motions. Should the FCC select the motion, they are then debated at a conference by members with the opportunity for amendments. I know that when spokespersons have undertaken comprehensive reviews of significant policy areas, They often undertake wide consultations, most recently Richard Ford and Jamie Stone's nuclear paper. Process of these papers isn't a matter for the Federal Conference Committee, but the Chief Whip informs me that for the forthcoming spokesperson paper, all members are encouraged to let their views be known, and the spokesperson will consult widely.
Thank you very much, Nick. And I don't think we've got William asking supplementary, so we'll move on to the next question. There's two questions relating to working with our new MPs. And if I could ask Ulysse Abete and John Grout to stand by in case of any supplementaries.
I don't think John Grout asked the question about new MPs. That was Christopher Johnson. Okay, so there's a question from Christopher Johnson and Ulysse about opportunities and challenges with all these fantastic new MPs we've got. Well, the opportunity is increased commercial income at conference, which we've reinvested to improve conference production in the auditorium for our attendees. Challenge and risk, this is an interesting one. I think for us as FCC, the biggest one is increased competition between parliamentarians for speaking in debates. So we're going to be receiving far more requests to speak in debates from the MPs. But it's generally the opportunity is greater because we have more attention on us, more attention from the media, more commercial attention as well, which means we can reinvest into conference to deliver an even better experience.
Thank you very much. And I don't think we have a supplementary there. And the next question relates to our choice of venue for the spring conference.
So there's also a question from Christopher Johnson. What promoted the move of spring conference from York to Harrogate? York is great. We love it. We love going there, but we do have limitations around the space available. And FCC has been committed to looking at other conference venues for some time. Harrogate is offering us a really competitive package for 2025, including subventions, which made it possible to go there. Harrogate was a hugely popular spring venue when we used to go there last in 2009, and we're really excited to bring conference back there. It'll also be nice to go to another venue where we now have a Lib Dem MP.
Thank you very much, Nick. So we're now going to move to a vote to approve the committee report. So could I ask all of those in the hall who wish to approve the conference committee report to raise their cards now? Thank you. And all those against? Thank you. We'll just wait a moment for the online vote. And that is clearly carried. Thank you. Thank you very much, Nick. We now move to motions, agenda items F3 and F4, which relate to a standing order amendment and the relevant constitutional amendment. I now call on Duncan Brack, who will be moving that. And if I could ask Gareth Epps to stand by. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cara. Conference, welcome to the new political world. A new government, 72 Liberal Democrat MPs, largest number since 1923. But some things remain reassuringly the same. We're starting conference with an amendment to standing orders. What Conference Committee is aiming to do here is to improve the reference back procedure. Now, the possibility of referring back a motion to its movers for further work is a really important part of conference. It's a kind of middle way between voting for a motion and throwing it out completely. It's a means of saying to the movers, you're heading in the right direction, but you haven't got your proposals quite right. Go away, work on them further, and bring them back to us. Nothing we are proposing in F3 makes references back less important. But we do think there are problems with the way they're handled at the moment. Under the current system, any member can move a reference back on the motion at any point up until almost the end of the debate. And what we've seen on more than one occasion is a reference back being used instead of an amendment simply because someone missed the amendment deadline, which is earlier before conference. On one occasion, an entire policy paper was referred back and had to come back to the next conference, which meant, of course, that we had significantly less time for local party motions, when the issue could have been dealt with much more straightforwardly through an amendment. Another problem is that references back are often moved very late in the debate and after only a cursory explanation of why they might be needed. And the conference does decide to debate the move to refer back for only a couple of speeches for only a couple of minutes each. And that does not help good decision making. So that's why we're proposing to harmonise the submission requirements and deadlines for references back with those for amendments. And that's what lines 26 to 45 do. It's the heart of this standing orders amendment. Moving the deadline back to before conference, as with amendments, means that we can tell people in advance that they can expect to move to refer back at the same time as they see the amendments and separate votes. Debates are always better, we believe, when conference is clear about what's going to happen and when. Now, we accept that sometimes a need for a reference back does come up late, perhaps even during a debate, if it becomes clear that a proposal really hasn't been thought through. So we're retaining a fallback option of a late reference back just in case. We don't expect that to be common. We're also proposing that references back have to be submitted by the same bodies that can submit motions or amendments. That means 10 party members rather than just one, or a local party or a state party, etc., etc. That's not going to be much of a barrier. If you can't persuade 9 members to support your reference back, it probably isn't a very good one. But again, we think it will improve decision making. A couple of other minor changes. We're increasing the word allowance for reference back requests from 75 to 150 words. And we're increasing the length of speeches on reference back debates from 2 to 3 minutes. We think both will help to improve the quality of the process. 2 final changes. At the moment, the Federal Policy Committee has a special power to cut out the first stage of the reference back procedure, where conference votes on whether it wants to hear the reference back, and move straight to the debate on it. It's hardly ever been used, and we don't think it's necessary. The FPC can request the reference back in the same way as everyone else does. So we're abolishing it. Correspondingly, F4, which I'm moving at the same time, removes that provision from the Constitution. Then the final bit of F3, from line 48 to the end, introduces the possibility of referring back reports from committees. At the moment, that power doesn't exist in standing orders, but it is required in the Constitution. And it is just a little bit embarrassing that no one noticed the discrepancy until recently. So we're introducing into standing orders the option of referring back reports with recommendations as set out in the Constitution. Now, conference, I know that some people have got the impression that this is a power grab by Federal Conference Committee, that we're giving ourselves the power to throw out references back just because we don't like them. I want to be clear, that is completely wrong. It is a misreading of our proposals. Under the current system, if a reference back is in order, it must be taken. If our proposals in F3 pass, if a reference back is in order, it must be taken. The only things we are changing are the rules for submitting references back. We're not changing the rules for debating them. And we're doing that because we want to make the process clearer, more transparent, and less last minute, because we think it will improve the quality of our debates. Please vote for F3 and F4.
Thank you very much. Duncan, could I ask Nick DaCosta to stand by to summate? And I now call Gareth Epps.
Thank you, Chair. I'm now from Tory-free Oxfordshire. It's another standing order amendment debate, and I seem to be speaking against. It's a debate really on 4 separate proposals, and it's almost a pity that they've been rolled into one. I certainly have nothing against changing the timing of speeches in terms of references back. I don't have anything against removing FPC's never, I think, used right to submit a reference back in itself, nor am I challenging the changes to party reports. And I can see why Conference Committee is keen to reform the reference back procedure. As Duncan has said, motions to refer an item back are often misused, up to and including people who haven't been called to speak in a debate using them as a way to be able to get up on the rostrum. Conference necessarily sets a high bar for a reference back, and most motions to refer back a motion aren't even heard. And raising the bar of 10 members is also probably right. Now, references back almost always concern policy papers, and they occur when neither the motion or policy paper or nor the amendments can be supported. And Conference decides it wants FPC invariably to think again about a particular controversial proposal without throwing an entire policy paper out. Now, at this point, you might notice the obvious flaw in this standing order amendment. That's right. We're being asked to make our decisions on a reference back without having been able to see the amendments. It's a little bit like, as the party's been very, very keen this week to quote legal advice, it's a little bit like asking a court to pass a verdict before the evidence is presented. Now, I would be very much in favour of amending the deadline for moving references back to the start of the debate. As a debate chair, late requests for reference back are incredibly disruptive and generally add very, very little to the debate. But I think this is a little bit of a case of something must be done, this is something. Duncan, I don't think this is a power grab. I think this proposal as currently drafted is unhelpful, and I'd like Conference Committee to bring it back in a modified form. But I would ask you to reject this proposal as it currently stands. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gareth. I now call Nick DaCosta to summate.
Thank you very much, Conference. I'm going to try and keep my comments short and sweet, but you'll be hearing enough of me throughout the conference period. The purpose behind this is to make things clearer for members and to make sure that people can read about reference back before it gets randomly mentioned by the chair, and will actually be published in Conference Daily. And it just basically so people can make a decision if they're going to support a reference back or not, rather than hearing 75 words which may have been thrown together and then lacklusterly read out by the chair because the chair's going, oh God, not another one. With regards to the FPC reference back, just to correct Gareth, I think it was been used once and the FPC has been too scared to use it since then because the reaction was so negative. Amendments and reference backs are fundamentally different things, and so you don't need one without the other, but just with regards to amendments being published, obviously, you know, the general election has meant we are delivering a conference in 2 months rather than normal 5 months, and all deadlines ended up being pushed back. So the FCC wasn't able to meet until Thursday night to go through amendments, at which point I made the conference committee sit from 6 till 10:30 p.m. to go through all the amendments. So unfortunately with this one, yes, the deadlines are much tighter, so that's unfortunate. But however, I think fundamentally, the reference back doesn't set a high bar, but that's not my issue with it. My issue is I want it to be clear for members. I want members to understand what a reference back is, why it's been submitted. We've increased the word count. We'll have it then published in Conference Daily so people can actually have a look at it in advance and then make an informed decision. So I hope you can support our reference back request. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nick. So we're going to have 2 votes, one on F3, which is the standing order amendment, and one on F4, which is the constitutional amendment that accompanies it. So could I now see all those in favour of the standing order amendment raise their hands now in the hall? Thank you very much. And all those against? Thank you. We'll just wait for the Okay, we've got a clear majority in favour of the standing order amendment. So could I now see all those in favour of the accompanying constitutional amendment? Thank you. And all those against? Thank you. Again, we'll just wait a couple of moments. And that is clearly carried. Thank you very much. We now move to the next agenda item, which is F5. And that is the report of the Federal Policy Committee. And I now call on Jeremy Hargreaves, who is one of the vice chairs of Federal Policy Committee, to move the report.
Thank you, Cara. Good morning, everyone. I don't know about you, but I'm particularly glad to be back in Brighton here this morning. And thank you for coming out bright and early. For me to recommend to you to approve, please, the report from the Federal Policy Committee, which is on page 7 of the reports booklet. Now, on FPC, our major focus the last few months has been, of course, the manifesto for the general election. That manifesto was, of course, extremely closely based on the pre-manifesto, which we worked up last year and you approved at Autumn Conference last year this time. We, after that, then did a lot of detailed further work on it before it was then finally published during the campaign. It was generally well received. We were particularly pleased that polling firm YouGov showed that of the top 40 or so most popular policies from all parties, all of the top 7 were Liberal Democrat ones. It was also very interesting to read that research from More in Common after the election showed that although there were a variety of reasons which were effective in getting people to vote Liberal Democrat, including just getting rid of the Tories and trusting our local candidate, the most powerful reason of all was not those, it was one of our policies on health and social care. And of the top 8 reasons for voting Liberal Democrat, 4 of them were specific policies. So our policies played an important part in winning all those seats. Now, the general election, of course, meant that all that time in May and June, when we would usually have been finishing up papers for this conference, was focused on other things, which is why, unusually, I think for the first time ever, possibly, on this conference agenda, there are no motions at all from the Federal Policy Committee. But we're, of course, working very hard on the next group of policy papers. We've just set one up to carry out a full review of the new political landscape and to make recommendations for what our policy development priorities over the next few years should be. We've set up another new one to develop new policies on climate change. More than 400 party members applied to be on those groups, and I'd like to thank them all for applying. We also have ongoing working groups looking at opportunity and skills, including further education, the future of work, and science and innovation, including AI. If you're interested in those topics, I'd really encourage you to feed in your views and to do it now. It always feels easier to wait until the final paper of a working group comes to conference for the final vote. But the reality is, by that point, everything in it is really pretty fixed, and we might have 2 or 3 amendments on the conference floor for a vote, but actually there is very little ability to change most of the content of it. At this early stage, your views really can make a difference on both big questions as part of those remits and smaller elements. So please do feed in now if you're interested. Climate change has a consultation session in this hall in about an hour's time. Opportunity and skills and the future of work have ones at 1 o'clock in the Grand Hotel, and the policy review has one in this hall at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, right after Ed's Q&A. I'd like to finish by really thanking the many hundreds of party members who participate in FPC and also all our working groups, especially their chairs of those working groups, who really take on a huge role in leading those projects. I'd particularly like to thank Dick Newby, who, again, did a simply vast amount of work leading the manifesto exercise. It really was quite something. And I also want to thank all the policy staff who really make a lot of this actually happen, especially Christian Moon and Joe Wright. I ask you to approve FPC's report to conference.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. So we have several questions for you, which you can see on the conference extra. Again, we will provide some of the answers orally, and the rest will have written replies. So the first question is on policy in relation to England in a federal UK. That is from Michael Kilpatrick. If I could ask him to stand by in case of any supplementary. Jeremy.
Thank you. Is Michael here this morning? Okay, good, thanks. Thank you for the question, Michael. And I know, but not everyone in the hall may know that this is an area that you take a big interest in, and you've been a very powerful moving force behind the party talking about this over the last few years. From FPC's point of view, it's an important area, and the Policy Committee did discuss what exactly we should say about this in the manifesto. This applies actually to quite a lot of things in the manifesto. We've had a strong general drive, and I've talked about this before to conference, a strong general drive to make the manifesto a bit shorter for what we think are good reasons, and we flagged that to conference through the process. Inevitably making it shorter means that not everything's going to get into it, including things that conference decided during the last Parliament, and that some of those didn't make it into the manifesto. And obviously they still remain our party policy. On this particular issue, complexity is a bit of an issue. As you know better than most people, Michael, it is quite a complicated area quite quickly, and outlining it, even summarising it meaningfully, is quite difficult in just a few words. We did actually try this in a couple of formulations of words, but I'm afraid it just came out as too wordy and would give too much, it would give a disproportionate number of words to this issue, which is important, but it's not disproportionately important. The battle to keep the word count down came up in our work in almost every area of this document. And we do think it was worth it to keep it a more accessible and coherent paper, and one which is as close as it can be to where voters are. So on this issue, we went down went with the approach of making some high-level commitments to bringing power down from Westminster and Whitehall, which are definitely in that section. They're not as detailed as I know you would have liked. I'm afraid that was true of many areas of the manifesto where particular members of the party would have liked more detail. I can think of an awful lot of areas off the top of my head where individuals would like a lot more detail, but we just had to try and think of the size, the length and coherence of the document as a whole, and that was the reason there's not more detail about this in the manifesto.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. I'm not seeing Michael at the... Yes, he's just come to the intervention mic, so yes, please.
Yes,
Michael, go ahead.
Thank you, Jeremy. I'm sure no one who's interested in political reform would criticise the manifesto for being too short in that respect. But it did strike me as odd that there was a fair deal for Scotland and Wales and Northern Ireland, but no mention of England. And perhaps this relates to my question 6, which you could maybe tackle now as a supplementary instead, because perhaps those who were involved in writing the policy could have helped find a way of saying things in a concise way. Would it perhaps be better to have a process where there's a bit more openness and consulting those people who've actually written some of the policies to help framing sections of the manifesto?
Okay, thank you. Cara, could I follow a suggestion and follow up? I'll take question 6 as a supplementary effectively there. Thank you, because I was, question 6 I thought was hinting at something and I wasn't quite sure what it was, so now you told me. Yeah, I mean, you're right about consultation. I do think, and I'm very proud of the consultation which FPC has done on this manifesto. We have brought, I think, 3 pre-manifesto papers to this full conference. We have had we had a series of, I think, 6 or 7 online seminars, which about 400 or 500 party members came to about a year and a half ago. We did a survey of all party members. We've had discussions at pretty much every conference, and I think some regional conferences. We had a programme led by Dick Newby and some staff who met, I think, about 300 specialist groups individually to go through. So I think consultation is very important, and we have done an awful lot of it. I think probably you have to draw the line somewhere, and I'm sorry that it wasn't where you would like to have been, but I'm proud of the fact that and I spent a lot of time sort of making the case that we should do a lot of consultation of members and others. We did that, and I think it's no coincidence that we have, as a result at the end of that, a manifesto which I think the party feels reflects where we are. We haven't had some of the criticisms that Labour and the Conservatives have had, who do their manifestos in a much more constricted, much less consultative way, and it's a bit of a surprise to me when it appears. We haven't done that, and I'm proud of that. So very much support the call for consultation. At some point that needs to get all drawn together.
Thank you very much. And we now move to the question from Tony Vickers, and that relates to national nature parks. And if Tony could stand by, he can move to the intervention mic if he does have a supplementary.
Thank you. Tony, you've asked, national nature parks, the term doesn't feature in the policy paper that we approved last year, but does in the manifesto. It does appear in the manifesto. Does it make it party policy? I'm going to give you a classic yes and no answer to this one, Tony. Very strictly speaking, appearing in our manifesto doesn't make it party policy. But obviously it will be seen widely as that externally, and this policy was well received when it was announced. But in fact, as you hint, although the phrase national nature parks wasn't in the paper previously approved by conference, support for it and the idea of it is pretty clear in the environment paper, and actually also the farming one, both of which conference agreed a year ago. So I think it is quite implicit, if not a precise phrase, but you don't have long to wait. Happily, there is a motion on the agenda at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning entitled National Nature Parks. So if conference decides in its wisdom to approve that, then you can sleep easy again, and the phrase will be party policy.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. And Tony is there with a supplementary question.
Yes, thank you, Jeremy. Yes, and I hope I will be speaking in the debate tomorrow. And those 2 policy papers you referred to were some of the best I've ever seen from this party. But the problem with having something in the manifesto and then having MPs elected on it, it then gets very difficult for conference to actually oppose a motion with something in it that we hadn't approved as part of those policy papers. So there's a general issue here. I think the actual term, as I will argue tomorrow, is the least important thing in that whole paper. Everything else in it is non-controversial. So I think you put conference, which is after all the supreme body in this party for deciding policy in a difficult position. So would you like to deal with that more general point?
Thank you, Tony. Certainly not the intention to put conference in a difficult position, and that motion doesn't come from FPC, as I think you probably know. There are opportunities to amend that. I'm sorry that you don't feel comfortable with that phrase, but as you say, the time for making that discussion is tomorrow, I think. Thank you also for your compliments to those working papers, which I'll pass back to the people who are most responsible for writing them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we now move to a question from Michael Barrett-Gooding. Sorry, apologies. We'll move first to the question from Gareth Epps, and that is in relation to the policy-making process. So if I could ask Gareth Epps to go to the intervention mic if you do have a supplementary.
Thank you. Will FPC review the policy-making process and whether the slow deliberative policy paper process is still fit for purpose? Well, I think I should say first, Gareth, that some people here listening may not know that you and I have been having this conversation in different formats for many, many years. Your question here this morning did prompt FPC to have a conversation about this this week. In that discussion, several committee members made the point that FPC full policy working groups and policy papers are one piece of weaponry in our armoury, but they're only one mechanism we have for bringing things to conference. And the vast majority of policy motions that are approved by conference, in fact this weekend it'll be all of them, don't come through that process and are done in a faster and more agile way. They come as motions from local parties, 10 members, or from spokespeople. So there is a mechanism for a less slow deliberative way, as you put it. But the committee did also think that there is a role for the approach of the in-depth and doing it comprehensively way in which we do with policy working groups. And that is something that I think that part of the policy process does well. Some members made the point that there is perhaps particularly a role for the in-depth and doing it properly approach after the last few years, in which a lot of government policy has been made up on the hoof without thinking it properly through, not criticising us, but there is a role for taking time and doing it properly. So I don't sense that there is a strong impetus at the moment for, at this point, to fundamentally change our current processes, but we may look at it again. Can I just make one point on my own behalf? I would say myself that the central thing I've learned from our conversations and many conversations I've had over many years about this is that it is ultimately a trade-off between, on the one hand, consulting members as widely as possible, which takes time, and doing things swiftly. And the approach you take depends on where you want to make a judgment in balancing those things. And actually, the conversation I was just having with Tony is a good example of that. If there is less consultation, not everyone will have been consulted, maybe unhappy with something before it comes to the floor of conference. So I just think you have to make a judgment on that. And I think at the moment we have a range of different ways of doing things, some of which are the, somewhat gargantuan policy papers, and others are the more, agile, fleet-of-foot ways of doing things. I do think that we have a great strength that when we do agree our policies on big, complex, difficult subjects, that the party as a whole has been able to feed in the full diversity of views from across the party, which is how working groups are structured to get that diversity of views. And we probably shouldn't lose that too lightly.
Thanks very much, Jeremy. And Gareth, your supplementary question.
Jeremy, thank you. And to conference, I commend a pamphlet written many years ago, which is worthy of a reprint, called Wasted Rainforests. The name of the author escapes me for now. I was prompted to ask by my experience of the utilities policy paper during the last Parliament, where I raised the issue of sewage pollution and was told that this was a narrowly focused, parochial issue that was probably too narrow in focus to be dealt with in a policy paper. I'm encouraged by what you say. What I think we need to look at as a party, there is clearly, from your mention of 400 applicants for policy working groups, tremendous interest now in people helping the party form policy, not all of whom would be able to get to conference. Has FPC given any thought as to finding some new ways of engaging those applicants and others?
Thank you. I mean, yeah, as you know, because you've been on FPC for many years, Gareth, how we engage members more and better in policymaking is one of the persistent agenda items. It's probably had a bit less attention over the last couple of years, other than through the manifesto process, and we're due to look at it again. I think it is very true to say that FPC is always up for trying new ways to engage party members in policy making more, whether that's online or local party discussions or packs from pizza and politics, or webinars or short form surveys to all members, emailed. We've tried all of those over the years, and we can do more of those. I can see sitting in front of me the chair of the Federal People Development Committee, with whom I'm due to have a conversation later this conference. And I think one of the key things we want to talk about is how we can engage party members more in policy making. So we're very up for ways of doing it. Very up for you, Gareth, or anybody else who's got ideas about how we could do that better, to please feed that in.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. And our final question will come from Michael Berwick-Gooding, and that's in relation to the coverage of fiscal rules in the manifesto. And I can see Michael is making his way over to the intervention mic. Jeremy.
Thank you. Why are the fiscal rules in the manifesto not identical to those passed in York in the pre-manifesto? Actually, it was not York, it was Bournemouth last year, but that's the thing. Thank you, Michael, for that question. The pre-manifesto from this time last year set out what you might call the current account balance rule, that day-to-day spending should not be exceeded by tax revenue. And that was that rule in the pre-manifesto, and that was in the final manifesto in I think, the same form. We also then developed that a bit further, and the manifesto said that we would also want to see national debt falling as a share of GDP. Both of those two elements were basically the same as we also said in 2019. So we don't feel that we chose different rules. We just sort of developed and elaborated the fiscal rules that were in the pre-manifesto, as we did in other areas of policy between the pre-manifesto and the final manifesto, and as in line with the party's historic approach on this.
Thank you very much, Michael.
Good morning. I heard what you said, but I think that we've had a history of our policy saying that investment for investment doesn't count for balancing the budget or for reducing the national debt. And therefore, to me, what was in the manifesto was new policy. And to me, it was a move in the wrong direction. And to me, it sounds exactly like Labour Party policy. And that, to me, are both our problems. Now, when Tony asked the question, you also talked about that you put things in the manifesto that were not policy. And this is what I would say is another one. And what I'd like to see is a way that that stops from being done ever again. Can that happen?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Michael, for those points. I would resist the view that there are lots of things in the manifesto that were not in the pre-manifesto. That really isn't the case. I think what was in the manifesto was very, very closely based on the pre-manifesto, and I happily go through, perhaps not happily is not quite the right word, but I willingly go through with anyone the two documents and comparing the two, and they are very closely related. The FPC does not see this as an opportunity to make policy. Unfortunately, the world doesn't stop just because conference has approved a pre-manifesto. Things continue to develop, and we need to find the right way to respond to those changes. And I really feel, and you've highlighted this change in the National Nature Parks phrase, I really don't think there are other examples of things in the manifesto which were not in the pre-manifesto. And I really think those are incremental developments. You know, the only development really was the phrase National Nature Parks, rather than the concept. And the only development here was slightly elaborating the existing rule, which is in line with what the party said in the past anyway. So it is about phrasing it slightly differently and developing it a bit, but it is absolutely based on what the parties agreed over many years of policymaking through this hall, through the pre-manifesto, and just presenting that in the most appealing way, we hope, for the electorate of the election.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. We now move to a vote on the report of Federal Policy Committee. Could I see all those in favour of approving the report raise your cards? Thank you. And all those against? Thank you. Just while we wait for the online votes to come in, just could I remind people that the ballot is open for the emergency motion debate. Deadline for that is 5 p.m. today, so do cast your vote in that. So looking at the online results, that is clearly carried. So F5 clearly carried. Thank you very much to my aide, John Ball. And we'll now move to the next agenda item.
Good morning, conference. Welcome to the first substantive policy motion of conference, F6, reforming Sunday trading laws, which you'll find on page 11 of the agenda. There are two amendments, which conveniently you can find on page 8 in both Conference Daily and Conference Extra. So it's just page 8 if you're looking for it in whichever documentation you happen to have. Can I ask Councillor Simon McGrath to please stand by, and I call Cormac Evans to propose the motion.
Good morning, conference. This is my first time speaking, so I thought I'd just thank everyone who has played a part in getting this motion to where it is. And that would be the FCC, the aides, the chairs of conference, the Young Liberals, Hina Bakari for agreeing to submit this motion, and just everyone. So the current system of Sunday trading laws are too restrictive for too many people. This motion hopes to give opportunities and options for those communities who want them, by allowing them to reform their Sunday trading laws based on their community needs. As Liberal Democrats, we believe that the power should be decentralised away from Westminster and into the hands of local communities, who can then decide what is best for them. As the only mainstream political party genuinely committed to delivering devolution, passing this motion would show that only the Liberal Democrats will truly deliver this, not the Labour Party. While Labour leaders like Sadiq Khan might refuse to back repealing Sunday trading laws, it is our elected leaders who are pushing the Labour Party to be ambitious. For many, these powers would make them able to make decisions that would positively impact their local economies and re-energise their high streets. And in this time of economic difficulty, this is a policy lever that we must give back to communities. A 2015 government consultation on this received support from businesses such as Selfridges, Harrods, the West End and Knightsbridge retailers, and the Horticultural Trades Association, which represents major garden centres across the UK, and along with, and most crucially for this motion, a majority of councils, including the Greater London Authority and other devolved bodies. Conference, if we pass this motion, we can make sure that local communities can support their local businesses. The wealth of our country is not in Westminster. The wealth of our country is in our communities. It is these communities who know how to support local businesses. It is these communities who know the hours that best suits them. It is these communities who should be trusted to decide their own future. Now I, along with the Young Liberals, recognise the concerns raised by some, which is why we are delighted to have worked with people across the party to alleviate and address these concerns. First, on workers' rights and ensuring that individuals are not overworked, we have categorically called for any devolution of powers to be coupled with policies to protect workers' rights. This is an incredibly important step, probably the most important step that this policy paper and proposal calls for. And that is why we are glad to support the amendment that seeks to ensure that workers can reject working on Sundays, and we hope everyone at conference will do the same. We're also delighted to have so many people support this motion as an inclusive motion for religious communities. Sunday is, of course, an important day for so many communities, but for so many, Saturday is equally important, as is Friday. That is why we think that communities should be able to decide and do what is best for them. This is an important motion for that end. On the other amendment, we are completely happy to accept it as well, as we think that it positively benefits the motion, and we are glad to see that one of our incredible AOs is backing it in that. And also, I think, so now that we've gone over that, I think I'll start with conclusions. So while the Young Liberals are often seen as part of the party that look forward to our proposals, on this, we are not looking forward. We're looking backwards to before I was born, actually. And in the 2001 Small Business Manifesto, we committed to, and I quote, making Sunday opening hours a matter for local councils to decide rather than the national government. If we backed it in 2001, I see no reason why we as Conference should not back our communities again in 2024. Conference, if you believe in dispersing political and economic power as widely as possible, and if you believe that Conference works best when it is closest to its citizens, please back this motion, back both the amendments and back devolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Cormac. Can I please ask Councillor Darrell Smalley to stand by, and can I call Councillor Simon McGrath to move Amendment 1?
Thank you, Chair. Conference, this is a very, very simple amendment. As you'll see, we simply want to add to strengthen the part on workers' rights that people can reject requests to work on Sundays with no adverse consequences. And Conference, why have we written this amendment? Well, I wrote it, and it comes from 3 experiences that I've had. First of all, I've worked in a shop, and I've worked on the shop floor, and I know what it's like to work on a shop floor. It's a very hard job, often very poorly paid. Secondly, I've been a trade union officer and former chair of the Association of Liberal Trade Unionists, and I've seen how employers behave. And thirdly, I've been a human resources director, so I've been one of the employers behaving in certain ways. And there's one lesson from all 3 of these experiences, that you can't necessarily rely on employers to do the right thing or comply with the spirit of the law. And that's why we've got this motion to strengthen workers' rights. Unfortunately, if you talk to unions that represent people who work in shops, they will tell you that it's absolutely pressure from employers on workers to work on Sundays. And of course, it's very easy to write a law that says you have certain rights, but it's also very easy for employers to suggest that possibly you might want to work that and that'd be good for your career. So this is really just trying to make absolutely sure that there's no doubt about the rights of workers not to work on Sundays if they want. I'm not going to take up all the time I've got because it's a very simple amendment, and I hope you'll support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Simon. Can I please ask Rebecca Jones to stand by? And I now call Councillor Darrell Smalley to propose Amendment 2.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Conference. Thank you, Cormac and the Young Liberals, for proposing this excellent motion. ALDC and the Local Government Association work together to ensure local government is empowered rather than instructed. I'm a councillor in York and sit on our licensing committee. York is a vibrant city in a historic setting with a pub or bar for every day of the year. I know what works for York wouldn't work for East Yorkshire and equally wouldn't work for London. York, for instance, to ensure a vibrant nighttime economy, we license some premises for alcohol serving 24 hours a day. In Soho, for instance, not the case. What our amendment seeks to do is align Conference calls for, in terms of Part 4, with Conference calls Part 1. Part 1 calls for devolution of powers and empowering communities to regulate their own Sunday trading laws. Please support the amendment, and thank you once again to the Young Liberals for moving our policy forward in this area.
Thank you very much, Carol. Can I please ask Richard Younger-Ross to stand by, and can I call Rebecca Jones, who's speaking in favour of the motion?
Good morning, Conference. I'm really happy that this motion's come to Conference. It's an area I feel quite strongly on. We're a really forward-thinking party. We've always been at the forefront of bold, fresh ideas on policy. Sunday trading laws are something that really needs reforming, modernising, and it's in our spirit as a forward-thinking party to lead on said reform. By abolishing Sunday trading laws, we present so many new opportunities for people. There's so many young people at university or carers or parents who can only work on the weekends. I was a uni student, I worked at a cinema, that required me to work basically every Saturday and Sunday. But those jobs are limited for many for Sunday trading laws due to the inability to work at certain times on Sunday in retail careers. By creating additional weekend shifts and abolishing Sunday trading laws, we can grow our economy and support our high streets at a time when they're struggling and oftentimes closing or moving online. There's generally two key strands of arguments in favour of Sunday trading laws: the religious aspect and the workers' rights aspect. I'll cover each of these and why I believe it's right for us to modernise our approach here. Conference, in the past few decades, our country has become a multicultural and multi-faith nation. In the 2021 census, for the first time in history, the majority of people did not identify as Christian. I'm one of those people. For me and many others, Sunday is just another day of the weekend. It's a day I'd like to be able to do my shopping, buy clothes, buy food, buy drinks. Many businesses would like to be able to cater for that. We should have that right. As our country continues to become more multicultural, we must make sure we keep the split between church and state. And to do that, we need to remove Sunday trading laws and ensure that Sunday is a day for everyone. It should be a day where people can rest, have faith, and celebrate their religion. Also, it should be a day for people like myself, where we can continue to live our lives. I believe Amendment 1 adds to this, and I ask you to support that as well. The second argument in favour of Sunday trading laws is that it protects workers and gives them a day to rest. But that's not entirely true. Every job I've had in my life has been in hospitality, and that has meant I have to work Sundays most weeks. It doesn't seem fair that a small subsection of workers have a day, but the rest of us don't. Even then, these shops still open for 6 hours, so many workers are still required to work on Sundays without those longer shifts. The right way to achieve a good work-life balance on working hours and conditions is with regulations, not things like this and Sunday trading laws. Amendment 2, however, I believe complicates this. I'm in favour of devolution in so many areas, but I believe handing this down to local authorities can create too much disparity between local communities. I believe leaving this to just regional parliaments, such as the Scottish Parliament, the Welsh Parliament, and London Assembly may work. Splitting it down to councils and lower local authorities, I believe complicates things too high. And I still believe the right should be down to people to choose whether they work on Sundays, not local authorities. So I ask you to vote against Amendment 2.
You could bring your remarks to a close.
It's time we modernise our statute books, it's time all workers are created equally, and it's time we abolish Sunday trading laws. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I ask Lauren Thomas to please stand by, and I call Richard Younger-Ross to speak against Amendment 2.
Morning, conference. Welcome to Pedant's Corner. I put in an amendment to this motion, which in line 46 removed the word liberalise and changed it to determine. I thought that would make it very clear that the local authorities would then have the power to determine whether the current arrangements could continue or whether they can change that to reverse that to go back to reducing those opening hours, but also have the ability to extend them if they wish to. The wording of the motion as it stands allows local authorities to liberalise Sunday trading. That starts where we are now with the existing legislation. That is not what the mover moved in the previous party manifesto, to allow local communities to determine whether they opened or not on the Sunday. Work-life balance is very important. Sunday restricted hours are not just about workers, they are. They're not just about religious groups, they are. But they're actually about communities as a whole, about communities having a change in the rhythm of life and not having the constant drum of that working life. The Amendment 2 doesn't change liberalised, it only starts again from the extant position. None of this changes anything except to allow local authorities to liberalise further. Now, I know the people who are going to sum up will argue that's not the case. I know from what they've said it's not their intent. And at least if they will be very clear that that is not their intent, that would help clarify things. But the wording as it stands, and I have to, as a former member of parliament, you have to go by the wording that's in front of you. I cannot support the amendment, and as a whole, I cannot support the motion.
Thank you very much, Richard. Can I please ask Christopher Johnson to stand by? And I now call Lauren Thomas, who's speaking in favour of the motion.
Hi, conference. I'm an economist in London. I work for a payment processor, so I obviously have a very keen interest in this topic. For a year, I lived 5 minutes from an Amazon Fresh. It was open every day from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. without fail, including Sundays. Most of the other stores nearby were closed before 11 or after 5. A law that was meant to protect small family retailers was instead promoting the world's second largest retailer at the expense of British supermarkets. Liberalizing our Sunday trading laws would be a win that is both good politics and good policy, a rare combination. More than half of Britons support this policy, with remarkably consistent support across the Tories, Lib Dems, and Labour. The last 13 YouGov polls on this issue show a majority of people support abolishing these regulations. The fact is, it's not 1994 anymore, and it's time to update this policy. And while some workers don't want to work on a Sunday, there are plenty of people who do, including me as a teenager. So long as we protect those who don't want to from being forced to work, as I'm pleased to see Amendment 1 does, nobody will have to open their store, go shopping, or work on a Sunday if they don't want to. And what's more, Sunday trading laws seem poorly correlated with actual religiosity. The US is one of the most religious countries in the OECD and has some of the least restrictive Sunday trading laws. Germany is even less religious than the UK, and yet its Sunday laws are far more restrictive. It's also an easy boost to an economy in a time when that is desperately needed. The Knightsbridge Partnership Business Improvement District did a report a few years ago where it estimated that by relaxing Sunday trading regulations, we would produce an extra 300 million a year and generate 2,000 extra jobs. And that was in Knightsbridge alone. To some extent, forbidding trading on Sunday shifts it to other days, but it also prevents a huge share of economic activity from happening at all. That prevents us from capturing not only the VAT tax from those sales that never happen, but also the additional income taxes. And that means we have less money for other priorities that we think are so important, whether they be the NHS, access to dentists, or upcoming education. We should actively encourage our local authorities to do so, not just make it possible. While it's better than the current alternative of complete prohibition, a network of laws that differ from council to council will create uncertainty, red tape, and the potential benefit. At the end of the day, we're the Liberal Party. This is a fundamentally liberal motion. We are the descendants of the Whigs that repealed the Corn Laws, but you didn't think that was going to come up, because they knew that allowing people to trade would make them better off. And 150 years later, let's do the same. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lauren. Can I please ask Elizabeth Jukes to stand by? And I now call Christopher Johnson, who's speaking for the motion.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Conference. 2.5 years ago, nearly 3 now, I wrote and submitted a motion regarding Sunday trading laws for Young Liberals Conference. It was accepted by Young Liberals, and an amended version sits before you today. I want to impart to you today the information I imparted to that room of Young Liberals on a cold Edinburgh Sunday evening. Can't believe this wasn't scheduled for Sunday. First of all, Sunday trading laws are, I believe, a relic best left in the past. Although Christian myself, I appreciate not everyone is, and I think having non-Christians observe the Christian holy day if they do not want to is unfair. I do think rules around holy days should be liberalised, but for now my point is that these people should have the opportunity to use Sunday as they wish. In addition, there are many workers who may work on Sundays or have long hours in the week, for whom Sunday may be the only opportunity to buy groceries or other essential items. All of these groups of people are disadvantaged by Sunday trading laws. In addition, I joked earlier that this debate should have been scheduled for tomorrow, but Saturday may well be the perfect day to hold it. In addition to Jewish people, of course, Seventh-day Adventists and Seventh-day Baptists keep their holy day on Saturday, and the Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo Church observes a two-day Sabbath on both Saturday and Sunday. My point in sharing this information is that there is not a universality, even within Christianity, as to what the appropriate day for Western worship is. General Christian theology also argues that all the rules of Sabbath laid out in Judaism are not applicable to Christians. And while Christians are encouraged to rest and attend worship on the designated day, I feel Amendment 1 deals with the varying degrees of observation of this. Finally, I feel Sunday trading laws as they currently exist represent an in-between stage of liberalisation. While, of course, the current laws were a liberalisation of what they had been before, namely no opening at all, it now means the laws are inconsistently applied. This is why I have a problem with Amendment 2. What it calls for is already expressed in lines 37 to 40, and while, of course, this motion could lead to some inconsistency across local authorities at first, although I would prefer it be at devolved level rather than local authorities, the goal expressed in the unamended lines 46 to 47 would resolve this. Amendment 2, in my opinion, would water this down to being near the status quo. Welsh councils have had the power to choose whether to introduce PR for over 2 years, but so far none have. In conclusion, while this motion is by no means perfect, it points out policy on this issue in the right direction, and I've never been one for making the part perfect the enemy of the good. Please support Amendment 1 and the motion as a whole and vote against Amendment 2. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christopher. Can I now ask Helen Tamblyn-Saville to please stand by, and I call Elizabeth Jukes, who is speaking against the motion as a whole.
Thank you, Chris. Conference. This motion fails to address one key question. Who needs this? Do shoppers need to shop in person from 8 a.m. until 10 p.m., not just 6 days a week, but 7? No. This motion might help shop owners make more money, but actually I very much doubt that. We're in a cost of living crisis. There is only so much money to go round. People won't spend more just because the shops are open longer. But even if they did, are we really debating a policy to make business owners more richer at the expense of the lowest paid in Britain? Because that is what this motion will most definitely do. Make the lives of retail workers worse. And let me assure you, that will be the biggest impact. Only 5% of workers in Britain are paid the minimum wage. But 54% of retail workers only earn the minimum wage. Think about that. More than half of shop workers only earn the minimum wage. These are the lowest paid in Britain today. These are the people that the writers of this motion think should work more on social hours. High street retailers are really under pressure right now. I doubt that needing to open for longer hours will lead to increased employment. Wages are the biggest single cost for retailers. So what is most likely to happen is that staff ratios will be cut. It won't lead to an increase in jobs. As I said, there is only so much money to go round. And it's unlikely to lead to an increase in turnover. Employers won't be able to take on more staff. The current ones will have to cover the extra hours, meaning that fewer staff on duty at any one time. So this motion is really about making the lives of shop workers just a little bit worse. Not only are we taking away their guaranteed time off, time to spend with family, to spend with friends, time to spend on leisure, but we're actually making them work harder because at the same time, the number of staff will be spread over the extra hours. How do I know all this? I own a shop myself. We don't open on Sundays simply because my staff need to spend more time with their families. A day off in the week does not have the same value if your partner is at work and the kids are at school. Conference. This motion will make the lives of shop workers worse. Is our desire to work to shop in person at all hours more important than the quality of life of the lowest paid workers in Britain? Let's stand up for quality of life for retail workers.
You bring your
Please
remarks
vote
to a close.
against this motion.
Thank you, Lizzie. Can I please ask Neil Hughes to stand by, and I will call Helen Tamblin-Saville to speak in favour of the motion as a whole.
Good morning, conference. I'm very interested actually to follow the speech we've just heard, as I am also the owner of a high street shop in a market town, and I'm standing here in support of the motion. It's very similar to one I submitted back in 2019 at the East Midlands Regional Conference. Sunday trading laws are restrictive. They're based on outdated social norms, and they do hinder the potential of our retail landscape. These limit the hours during which businesses above a certain size can operate on a Sunday. That means there are businesses underneath a certain size that can open. I am one of those businesses, I can open, but my footfall is increased when other businesses are able to open as well. I know that some small businesses argue that relaxing restrictions disadvantage small retailers. As already mentioned, I disagree. There is passing footfall due to there being a choice of retailers open. It's also worth pointing out at this point that a small or independent business may have a unit that is too large to open without restricted hours on a Sunday. Is that fair when supermarket chains have already found ways to get around these Sunday trading laws by opening convenience stores that are exempt from these regulations? This highlights the need for a more flexible and adaptable approach to Sunday trading laws. Restrictive Sunday trading laws don't protect the high street against internet giants like Amazon. Where high street retailers are not open, people are pushed to online giants like Amazon. Depending on where you are in the country, they will deliver same day, including on a Sunday. That does not support the local high street, that does not support the local economy, and I rather suspect Amazon don't treat their staff particularly well either. That's why it's really important that workers' rights are protected, and I was really pleased to see Amendment 1, and I urge everyone to support that as well. I know people argue that Sunday should remain a day of rest to give employees a day off. We must ensure that employees are not forced to work excessive hours or under unfair conditions, but it is worth pointing out, as Rebecca did earlier in her speech, that while shop doors may be shut, staff are often still working. Conference, I ask you to support this motion. It's about choice. Sunday trading laws exist in Scotland. Why should we be different? It's about giving businesses the freedom to choose their opening hours on a Sunday. It's not about forcing businesses to open. It may not be in their interest to do so. It's about liberalising and giving them the choice to do so. People can choose to shop on a Sunday. They don't have to go shopping on a Sunday. It's tougher retail, and removing restrictions will help the high street to thrive, boosting local economies and attracting people to our town centres. Supporting high street retailers such as myself allows me to support my local community by doing nice things in return. By keeping restrictive Sunday trading laws, you are pushing people towards giants like Amazon. Supporting me helps me to support you. Supporting Amazon only supports Jeff Bezos blasting himself into space. As a retailer, I'm asking you, please support this motion, and please support Amendment 1. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. After the next speaker, we will be moving to the summations. As there haven't been anyone speaking against Amendment 1, we'll be moving straight to the summation on Amendment 2. So can I please ask Councillor Imogen Shepherd-Dubey to stand by? And I now call Neil Hughes, who's speaking against lines 41 to 43.
Morning, conference. Well, I was too late to put in any amendment, but I think it's still worth debating some inherent internal contradictions within the motion. And liberalising Sunday trading, I feel, is inevitable, and as Lib Dems, we should be proud to be leading on that, especially and essentially when workers' rights are already importantly considered within the motion, but would be strengthened by, I believe, voting for both the two amendments. However, it does appear to me that there is a clear contradiction between lines 37 to 40 and lines 41 to 43. 37 to 40 embody the vital devolution to local authorities, presumably with further consultation taking place, and obviously strengthening their powers over existing legislation. However, 41 to 43 would permit any UK government to immediately, government of any colour, to immediately amend Sunday trading laws without any devolution to any local elected body, without necessarily even conducting any consultation. Doesn't sound very liberal to me. Now, in France, Emmanuel Macron took a vital step towards his current presidency when La Loi Macron was passed, which involved a wide range of bodies and representatives from employers, from staff, from employees, from religious organizations in ensuring that the correct, the best advised powers were actually passed down to local authorities in France to regulate Sunday trading. We saw that Macron continues, despite some adverse events, to be the most popular candidate for the French presidency. Now, fellow Lib Dems, we've done extremely well this year in our general election. We want to move further, and hardly need say to you, towards the potential of power, democratic power in this country. But we need to get all the processes we follow right, and it's really essential that everybody who has a stake in change of Sunday trading laws is involved in the process. So let's recognise the contradiction on these lines here, and I hope further work can be done by our parliamentarians if this becomes policy, to make sure any change in Sunday trading laws is introduced fairly and equitably. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Can I now please ask Councillor Hina Bakari to stand by to summate on the motion, and I call Councillor Imogen Shepherd-Dubey to summate on Amendment 2. It looks as though Councillor Shepherd-Dubey is not here. I think can I just call out again for Councillor Shepherd-Dubey? Are you in the hall? No? Well, in that case, we're going to have to move straight to the summation on the motion as a whole. Apologies for that, conference. I now call Councillor Hina Bakari, Assembly Member, to summate on the motion.
Goodness, so early for a young Liberal Democrat motion, but I appreciate it. And the fact is, this is such a great motion to start our conference with. So welcome, everyone. I hope you are feeling refreshed and ready for a great conference. I think it's going to be a great year. I'm really thrilled to be doing the summation of this fantastic motion to liberalise Sunday trading laws. There is a reason for it, because I've been challenging the Mayor of London to back my campaign to liberalise Sunday trading. You may be not surprised to say that he said no, but we'll carry on that argument in City Hall. Thank you so much to the amazing speeches, starting with Cormac Evans, who is moving the motion. Yes, absolutely, to devolution. It's incredibly important to the Liberal Democrats. It's so Liberal Democrat, and power to the local communities and authorities who we should be trusting when it comes to these most important issues about the economy. I want to thank my very good friend Simon McGrath, Councillor Simon McGrath, and Councillor Darrell Smalley for their strengthening of the motion, and Rebecca Jones, who talked about the reality of working on a Sunday for young people. Richard Younger-Ross, who emphasised the need for the work-life balance, and Lauren Thomas, who talked about the popularity of this particular motion. Christopher Johnson, who talked about the fact that there are differing religious days of worship and that Sunday is not the only religious day for faith groups. And Elizabeth Dukes, I really appreciate the fact that you came on as a business owner to talk about your experiences and why you're against the motion, and the fact that you do need to make sure that the lowest paid workers are protected, and that perhaps in your position you will continue to not open your store on Sundays, And I would, I think our motion would absolutely support that position that you have. Helen Tamlin Saville, I really appreciate the fact that you were also a business owner who came in, who was in support of the motion, but your strong argument about online shopping being the real problem here, particularly on Amazon and particularly the way that they treat their workers. Neil Hughes, I have to say, Neil, I'm a bit of a fan, so I'm expecting a selfie with you later. A really fantastic argument on international comparisons. And you're right to say that we need to get it right. This is such an important policy, and I'm sure that we will. So I'm not going to take up too much of your time. I think this is a fantastic motion, the points that we've all made. For me, as a London Assembly member, the real point for us is that we need to make sure that we're boosting our economy. Brexit has been incredibly damaging, particularly for London. We need to make sure that we're a 24-hour global city, and making sure that our businesses are open on the Sunday will make the difference. It will boost the economy. It will give London more flexibility. It will make sure that we're on a playing field with rival cities like Paris, Madrid and Amsterdam that all have relaxed trading laws. And in 2012, in the Olympic Games, we did see trading laws suspended, and there was a sale rise of 3.2%. The new West End company also found that there would be a boost to their economy, and with a £350 million a year boost. For me, I'm really supportive. Hope this gets through. I think it will. Thank you very much, and let's vote on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hina. We're now going to move to a series of votes. I should flag that the online vote for the amendments is already open, so those who are online, please do start voting. I should also apologise on behalf of the summator of Amendment 2. If I had known they weren't going to be here, I would have called at least one additional speaker, and there were additional speakers I did not call. So I apologise to those we couldn't call, and for the fact that we're ending early as a result. Can I please see cards in favour of Amendment 1? Thank you very much, Conference. And can I see cards against Amendment 1? Thank you. We'll just check the online vote quickly. Thank you very much, Conference. Amendment 1 is clearly carried. We now move to the vote on Amendment 2. Can I please see all those in the hall in favour of Amendment 2? Thank you very much, Conference. Can I see those against Amendment 2? Thank you, Conference. If you could put your cards down, could I please again see those in favour of Amendment 2? Thank you very much. And those against Amendment 2? Thank you very much, Conference. I'm afraid we're going to have to move to a counted vote. How exciting for the first policy motion of Conference. So can I please get the stewards to stand by? I'll just let everyone get into position. And again, I'm going to be asking you to vote in favour first. Don't put the cards up quite yet. You please keep your cards up until I tell you to put them down, so the stewards can get an accurate count. Right. Can I please see all those in favour of Amendment 2? Yep, I think we've finished counting. Fantastic. And can I now see all of those against the motion, please? Sorry, against Amendment 2. Sincere apologies. Against Amendment 2, not against the motion. That hasn't come yet. Whilst we're counting that, I'm just going to announce, can we also close the online voting for Amendment 2? Thank you. I think we're all good. Are we all good, stewards? Yep, wonderful. Thank you very much. We'll just count that up and then we'll have a result for you shortly. Thank you for that, conference. In the end, it was relatively convincing. Including the online votes, there were 70 in favour of Amendment 2 and 119 against. So Amendment 2 falls. Thank you very much for bearing with us with that. We now come to a vote on the motion as amended by Amendment 1, but not Amendment 2. Can I see all of those in favour of the motion as a whole as amended by Amendment 1? Thank you very much. And can I see those against? Thank you very much. We'll just check the online vote. Thank you very much, conference. That motion is carried as amended. Again, can I thank everyone who put cards in to speak in the debate, and apologies we weren't able to call everyone. I'd also like to thank my aides, Fraser Graham and Shafak Mohammed, and I'll now hand over to Duncan Brack, who'll be chairing a consultation session on climate change. Can I also just remind everyone to vote in the emergency motions ballot that will be closing at 5 p.m. later today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, conference. If people would like to take their seats, we'll start. Great, thank you very much, conference, and welcome to item F7, the consultation session on climate policy. If people are talking or on the way out, perhaps they could do so quickly so we can start this and people can listen to what people are saying. This is your chance to have your say on the future development of party policy on climate change. My name's Duncan Brack. I've been appointed by the Federal Policy Committee to chair the working group that will produce a draft paper for the FPC to look at and come to conference next autumn's conference. And next to me is Christine Wilmore, who is the vice chair of the group. Because of the disruption caused by the election, the working group's only just been set up, so we've not actually met yet. However, we were able to produce a short consultation paper, and you will see the link to that online. There aren't any printed copies, but you'll see the link to that in today's conference daily, or just look at the conference papers section of the conference website. Now, I'm going to explain how I'm going to structure the debate. We did ask people to put in speakers cards to indicate which section of the consultation paper or which issue they wanted to talk on. With a fine disregard for authority that is typical of Liberal Democrats, almost no one has put in any speakers cards. This may be because we only told you about it yesterday, but we will call those small number of people who have put in cards, and we'll start with the first two who have. So for the rest of the session, we're not going to worry about speakers cards. Don't worry about filling them in. What we will do is ask you, if you have something to say, we will ask you to go to the intervention mic, which is over there. My glamorous assistant, Fraser, is waving vigorously. So you can see the microphone in front of the backdrop. And people will speak from there, and they will just go and queue up. Don't need to do that right now, because we have a few more introductory comments. We will ask you to speak for no more than 2 minutes, ideally, and please feel free to make it a shorter intervention. We're going to try and structure the session, though. Climate policy covers an enormous range of different topics. We're going to try and structure it so we don't kind of wander around from one to another. And we're organizing it by the four main sections of the consultation paper. We're going to start with the issue of mitigation, which is section 4 in the paper. So that's the policies to reduce emissions, housing, power generation, transport, industry, aviation, and also negative emissions, taking carbon out of the atmosphere. We're then going on to section 5 on the just transition, the question of how we take people and communities with us in implementing the policies that we need to reduce emissions, and how we deal with individuals and communities and industries and regions that are adversely affected by the transition to net zero. We'll then look at section 6 on adaptation, which is obviously adapting to the impacts of climate change, floods, heat waves, and so on, what government, what local authorities need to do. And then we'll finish with a section on the general policy framework, institutional framework, international relations, the UK's role in the international climate agreements, and indeed anything else that people will say. Can I just get an indication right at the beginning of how many people think now that they would like to say something on any of those sections? Just stick your hand up. Okay. It's not a bad number. Obviously, you may hear something that people say during the session that causes you to want to say something, and feel free to do that. We're going to be pretty informal about this. Now, just to finish, I'm going to say we are obviously not starting from scratch here. Party has existing policy on climate change. We passed in 2019 a comprehensive policy paper called Tackling the Climate Emergency, which set out a framework of policies which we believed would be adequate to get to net zero by 2045, so in advance of the government's own target in the Climate Change Act. We didn't deal in much depth there with the issue of just transition, and we didn't deal at all with adaptation because we just had enough to do in the paper. And then we supplemented that paper in 2021 with an additional paper on carbon pricing. And you'll see in the consultation paper, we've given a very brief summary of both of those papers. So this is where we're starting from. So what we want to hear from you is where we need to develop policy further, where we need to update what we said in 2019 and 21, where we need to add material. As I said, we didn't touch adaptation or much on just transition. So there are important new areas of policy for us to deal with. Okay, that's enough from me. So prepare your thoughts about what you want to say. As I said, we're going to start with a section on mitigation. We've got a few cards, and I'll give them notice when we call them, but otherwise people should go up and queue at the intervention right over there. But before we do that, to kick us off, it gives me great pleasure to call Vera Hobhouse, MP for Bath and North East Somerset, and our climate spokesperson in the House of Commons, to introduce the session. Vera.
Good morning, conference, and Duncan has just made me the MP for 2 constituencies. I am the Member of Parliament for Bath and North East Somerset, and Hanham is represented now by Labour and Dan Norris, and my councillors know that very well, but sorry, Duncan, I just needed to correct that very quickly. Well, thank you for inviting me to speak this morning. I'm really pleased to see the hall full of people that are interested in our policies on net zero. I was involved in the 2019 development of our very, very comprehensive, what I felt at the time, comprehensive policy paper that we introduced in 2019. And then, of course, we had COVID and we had all sorts of other disruptions. And I sometimes regret a little bit that it is not better known, and maybe this session will actually make sure that we within the party, but also outside the party, really blow the trumpet for our very, very comprehensive climate change policy that we have already developed, but indeed we need to update it, and this is what today's section is all about. So I am just kicking you off with a few ideas, and please honestly feel free to just come forward. This is very much a listening exercise. We want to really understand what you feel and how you also, as often councillors on the ground, feel that you can actually implement what we are talking about in our papers that we prepare. So it is very much a listening exercise. And honestly, I'm putting in a few thoughts here, and they're really just to sort of kick you off on a Saturday morning of what you think. So my initial thought about the questions that have been put towards the working group is firstly about the policy framework. How do we introduce the whole of the subject? And I have noticed not just with us, but with many, many campaign groups on net zero, it's all about doom and gloom, and if you don't do this, it's going to be terrible. And in order to present the urgency of getting to net zero, we have, of course, written it in the way we have, and a lot of people are campaigning on this, and we absolutely must do this, or, you know, it's catastrophic. And that is, of course, true. But people often don't engage with negative messages. And it is important, I think, that we are actually starting with our policy framework as pointing to the positives, about the amazing opportunities, and the amazing opportunities for new jobs, for new industries. If we are looking at the new Labour government that need to actually create more wealth and a growing economy, where are the opportunities? Well, they are in the green economy. So let's talk about this in these positive ways, apart from, of course, that we are campaigning for a healthy planet and a healthy future for us as humans. So that's my initial thought. I also think the question has been asked, is it useful that we are setting a target that still seems to be long-term into the future? A 2050 target has often made us complacent in not actually understanding the urgency of what is coming in the next decade. So I do absolutely think on the question of whether we should actually concentrate of what the interim targets are. That is an important aspect. We did actually in our 2019 policy document say that we want to cut most emissions by 2030. 75% of our emissions can be cut by 2030, or should have been cut by 2030 if we'd made the progress that we wanted to. So yes, I think it is important to concentrate in this document about what we can actually do in the very near future, and how urgent it is to not leave it all to 2050, but actually make the urgent call for getting to net zero for the next decade. On the section of taking people with us, Duncan already mentioned we had a separate paper, a separate motion of 2021, is that correct? And I was very keen that we got into that paper the idea of a net zero delivery authority. And that net zero delivery authority, not only should it coordinate all the complex relationship between different policies in different departments in government, but particularly how decisions should be devolved to local authorities. And since we are the party of localism, I think this is something that needs to be strengthened. How do we take people with us from the grassroots? How do we create the relationship between central government and local government? So I think we could say more on the net zero delivery authority. I believe on the section of adaptation, we have gaps, or it's really part of mitigation as well, but overlaps. We have definitely policy gaps when it comes to insulating homes for vulnerable households and in the private sector, rented sector. So we keep talking about what incentives should be created for householders. We can obviously do quite a lot for anything that is within social housing, but how do we actually make sure that landlords are doing the right thing, because they don't really benefit from insulated homes. It's not their energy bills, and I believe we've got a policy gap there. On the adaptation questions, I also think we need to really concentrate on water. It is globally probably the biggest point where crisis and war and displacement will happen. I was on the what was it called? The all-party parliamentary group on security and climate change. I know that the MOD particularly is worried sick about the impacts of climate change on and the consequences of global conflict, and water is right at the heart of it. So I think we might want to focus on that. And then the last one on what are the weaknesses of the Labour government? And I think the main weakness is around really that they want to sort of impose everything from the top down rather than the bottom up, and that comes back again to strengthening our campaigning always and always that we need to come from the grassroots up. So these are just a few ideas in order to get you going, but I hope that a lot of people will speak in this session today, and I'm looking forward to what you have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vera. And we are taking careful notes of everything that everyone says, and we're going to ask Vera just to respond right at the end of the session in case she wants to make any final remarks. Apologies for getting your constituency wrong. It's hard enough keeping track of all our new MPs, let alone constituencies. Right, now we're going to deal with the section of the consultation paper on mitigation. So that's policies to reduce emissions from the different sectors and policies to take carbon out of the atmosphere, negative emissions. I'm going to give priority to the people who have put in cards. Thank you for doing that. So, and I don't mind where you speak from, people who put in cards, whether you want to come up here or whether you want to go to the intervention mic. So we're going to take 3 people who put in cards, and then Matt McCabe from Bath, he says North East Somerset, Malcolm Bruce from Aberdeenshire West, and Jake Marchington from Colne Valley and Kirklees. So, and then we'll have some people who are just queuing up at the intervention mic. So could I ask Matt McCabe to tell us what he thinks?
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Conference. I am Councillor Matt McCabe, and I live in North East Somerset, which for the purposes of local government is Bath and North East Somerset. But for the purposes of Westminster, I'm now East Somerset, and that is Frome and East Somerset. And I'd just like to share my joy in that for the first time in my life, I have a Liberal Democrat MP in the name of Anna Sabine, and I'm very pleased about that. So I am the Cabinet Member for Planning and Housing. There's a long title, the Built Environment, Housing and Sustainable Development. So I want to start with retrofit. So in Bath, we have obviously a lot of heritage buildings, but our real problem is the post-war housing stock. Generally speaking, the Regency stock of housing is owned by pretty wealthy people who are really keen to retrofit their properties, and the problem they have is the heritage planners who won't let them. So we have a policy challenge at a local level, but we also need government support via Heritage England to really start to make headway. I think that might come if there's a change of direction from government. The post-war housing stock pretty much owned by housing associations who really need that kind of targeted investment from whether it's a fund or a source or an authority. On the planning side, we had a local plan partial update last year. We brought in net zero in terms of energy use. So all new properties that we build have to have net zero in terms of energy use. We're bringing in a new local plan, and we're looking at net zero in terms of supply chain and building materials. The big challenge then becomes skills, because whilst we're bringing these policies in, we need others, like we have a slightly dysfunctional regional authority that we work with. But in terms of skills, we need young people to be learning the skills that will deliver net zero in our housing stock. My cabinet member, who is also the deputy leader for climate emergency, has sent me this. Well, there's the aspect of having enough control over where houses go so that we can ensure that there are sustainable transport links. We need more powers to be able to shut roads without quite so much ability for legal challenge. We also need real leadership on transport transformation from government. Renewables needs planning powers and also grid connections. The reason we can't cover over our park and ride with solar panels is because the business case doesn't stack up, and that's because of the cost of the grid connection. So there's some things that government can help with. We also want to look at, if I may, Chair, sorry, look at market failure. The fact that our infrastructure companies are mortgaged up to the hilt because they've been returning cash to shareholders and are no longer able to borrow to bring infrastructure up to where it needs to be to tackle the climate emergency without putting prices up, which is not acceptable in a cost of living crisis. Thank you. Sorry, I went over.
Thank you very much, Matt. We're asking people to speak for 2 minutes. I'm not going to be too strict about this. This is a consultative session, not a debate. You'll get the amber light when you have 1 minute left, and then the red light when you've used up your time. So I won't be too strict about it, but I would like to be able to call a lot of people. So let's people keep their remarks relatively concise. So would Jake Marchington stand by? And now it gives me great pleasure to introduce Malcolm Bruce, Lord Bruce, of course, from Aberdeenshire West.
Thank you very much, Duncan, and good morning, conference. I have strongly supported our climate change policy over the years, and indeed was campaigning for renewable energy in the 1970s, where nobody believed it was even achievable. So I don't think that's a matter of a question. On the other hand, I've also represented Aberdeen and Aberdeenshire for 32 years in Parliament, and have been there for over 50 years, since the very beginning of the North Sea. And I think what I want to say to you is that the capacity that has been built over those 50 years is actually crucial to achieving the transition. Because, first of all, right now, the industry still employs 200,000 people directly. It turns over something like 25 billion. It makes a huge contribution to our balance of payments, and is poised, possibly, to invest £200 billion between now and 2030, much of it going into the transition. If I could give you an example, Equinor, which is the Norwegian state oil company, is the operator of the controversial Rosebank oil field. It is also the operator of Dogger Bank, the biggest global wind farm in the world, and have no problem in saying the one helps to fund the other, not just in terms of capital and money, but in terms of expertise and skills. And I can say to you that at the moment, particularly with David Miliband's approach, the industry is taking the view in a global market that the UK is no longer attractive for their investment, and that they will invest in every other country in the world that wants their investment, including Norway, has said they will produce every last drop of oil and gas, because net zero still requires oil and gas. It's declining. It will continue to decline. It doesn't come anywhere close to meeting our needs, but to get rid of it too quickly would be a mistake. And the final point I would make, I will be going to the offshore awards ceremony in Aberdeen, which will go to members of the supply companies. I can guarantee you there will be not one of those supply companies that win those awards which will not be heavily engaged in investing in transition, in renewables, in the alternatives. And indeed, final point, we are the world leaders in subsea technology, the subsea technology that will be needed to connect the wind farms to the grid. So conference, let's make sure, and we do at the moment, it's not a problem, that we keep a policy that recognizes that oil and gas is not to be demonized. It will decline. We've got to move away from it, but it will be part of the transition. And if we don't allow it to be part of the transition, it will compromise our ability, technically and financially, to achieve it. It's really important to get the balance right.
Thank you very much, Malcolm. Okay, could I ask Jake Marchington from Combe Valley and Kirklees to tell us what he thinks?
Morning, conference. It's a pleasure to be here today. I will preface my thoughts on climate change today to say that this is my first conference, so I might be a little bit nervous, but I'll try and keep it intelligible. So, and I was just sitting in the training session this morning on surviving conference, learning about what there is to do and what I might be doing this weekend, and I was seeing that we had this climate change discussion, and I was reading through the policy documents, and I saw that in one of the sections we had a mention about banning non-renewable single-use plastics within 3 years, which seems quite reasonable, but immediately this seemed like something that might be overthought. And I'm from West Yorkshire. My background is that I've done a degree apprenticeship in chemical sciences, and I'm working for a specialty chemical company. And the thought to me was that medical devices in our NHS that will not be able to be replaced within 3 years because the development of these takes too long. So I'm just thinking that while we need to, and also that when we are developing our party policy on climate change, we must be clear that this is being caused by carbon dioxide emissions and not to focus too much on plastics, which was the immediate thought to me, but that we should be giving slightly more time so that we can develop renewable solutions without putting unnecessary burden on companies with specific regulation. And as an extension of this thought, I was thinking that we're asking a lot from people in this country when we are moving towards the net zero transition that we need for the future. And that when we're asking this of people, we need to keep policy simple and targeted to what will be effective. And that is reducing carbon emissions. So my opinion is that we should have a blanket carbon dioxide tax per ton of carbon emitted that can be then traded and balanced equally to keep the policy as simple as possible for when we're asking people to go through very dramatic changes in their lives that are required. And that's all.
Thank you very much, Jake. Thank you very much. Okay, I'm now going to take 3 speakers who've been queuing up at the intervention mics. After that, we'll go back to the 2 other people who put in cards on mitigation. So will Bill Powell and Stuart Redaway stand by. But let's just have people from the intervention mics. Please introduce yourself, tell us who you are and where you're from.
Hi, I'm Ian Manning. I'm from the Cambridge local party. I've got an intervention to make, which I would describe as very Lib Dem, because it's incredibly vital, but it's incredibly nerdy. And that's the topic of digital sustainability and how much thinking as a party we're doing on that. It's a huge topic. I couldn't possibly cover it now, but the things the conference will probably have noticed in this recently are the recent announcements with the Labour government are absolutely fetishising involvement and investment from companies like Amazon, Microsoft, and building of data centres and all that sort of stuff. One of the thing I'll highlight just now, 2 things I'll highlight just now. One is what's called scope shift. So digital sustainability tends to talk about scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions. Scope 1 and 2 are the emissions you can essentially directly control yourselves. Scope 3 is things that are essentially controlled by another organisation, which is normally when they start talking about putting things into the cloud. It is nowhere near as sustainable as you actually, because the companies basically say, we've reduced our scope 1 and 2 emissions to 0. We stuck the thing in the Amazon cloud. Obviously, the emissions are still there. And in some cases, if you do it very quickly, the actual emissions are worse. So that's the first one. And the other one, anyone can check this. As a party, there's a very good website called the Green Web Foundation. You can go to that, type in URL, and find out if your website platform, your website infrastructure is hosted in a digitally sustainable way. If you go to our website or to Connect, they both have no ranking, which I don't think we should be particularly proud as a party. It might be that we're really good, it might be that we're really bad, but the fact that we don't have a ranking there is a problem for us as a party. So I'd like the working group to take digital sustainability seriously, and I'd be very happy to be involved in that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, next speaker.
Hi there, I'm Eleanor Clifford from Cambridge.
This is also my first conference, but I skipped the session on how to survive, so hopefully I do anyway. So there's a big focus on replacing fossil fuels with renewables, and I think that's great. However, if we really are serious about moving as quickly as we should, we also need to be investing in nuclear power. Now, I know that a lot of people are very scared about nuclear power. However, that is almost entirely unfounded. The newest reactor designs are very safe. They have passive safety features, which means that if anything goes wrong, there's no intervention required to get the core into a safe state. And nuclear power would provide a very stable base load, which renewables could not. Now, I think that both of them should be working in tandem. And if we want to go as quickly as possible, we really need to invest not just in renewables, but also in nuclear. There are thorium reactors. We should be investing in research into that. But also the uranium reactors are perfectly safe, and we should be building those as quickly as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think a lot of people are going to talk about policies where we have existing policy in the previous papers, and of course they are absolutely up for scrutiny and possible revision and changing. Existing policy on nuclear is to not to see any need for new nuclear stations in the UK, not primarily on the basis of safety, but on the basis of cost. So those are the kind of questions we'll need to look at. Next speaker, please.
I'm Andrew Haldane from Macclesfield. I come from the northwest of England, which is blessed with some of the best tidal ranges in the world for the creation of tidal energy. We also have quite a lot of estuaries, which are there and available for creating barrages for tidal energy generation. Now, it is our policy to support tidal energy in general, as well as tidal range energy, the barrages. But we know that the one such barrage that exists in Europe, in France, has been generating electricity for 50 years, has repaid its cost many, many times over, and generates the cheapest electricity in France. The problem is that the ones that we could potentially build are quite large-scale infrastructure projects, and we're very scared of these with good reason. Look at HS2. Our region has done its homework. We've been worked with experts from Lancaster University, and we know that the potential is there. What the problem is that with schemes that have been tried so far is that the private sector coming up with numbers for the costs of these projects build in risk, contingency, so they come up with such a large number that is probably unrealistic, but we cannot test it. I think one of the things that is different is that now that we would be lobbying for this under a government that has this animal called Great British Energy. We've also got a government that has at least paid lip service to tidal energy. Now, what Great British Energy could do would be to invest properly in the planning and the benefits and the business case for these tidal range energy schemes in a way that hasn't been possible in the past. We could look at how cost savings from prefabrication, the cost savings of doing more than one scheme and getting economies of scale, the benefits derived from the fact that these barriers also serve as flood defences. They can also serve as part of the transport infrastructure. You can also build storage into them as well. You can also attach them to green energy programs such as hydrogen generation that need a lot of power, and they could be built near the locations of these barrages so that we don't have to worry about the grid. So there are a huge amount of potential benefits, but to actually do it properly and cost effectively, you need a big investment to do the planning right. And therefore, I would urge us to focus our campaigns on that very issue, get them planned and get them done right, and then get them done. Thank you, conference.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's move to the two other people who put in cards to speak on mitigation. So would Stuart Redaway stand by, and I'd like to ask Bill Powell from South Cambridgeshire to come and speak, either from the rostrum or the intervention mic, whichever is easier. Thanks, Bill.
Hello, I'm a long-time member,
and I have made submissions to some of the conference debates and working parties in the past. I wanted to raise the matter of biomass and biogas. Chris Hoon now heads the biogas industry consortium, whatever, spokesperson for, and he, of course, kick-started a lot of our energy projects in UK. Late lamented that he's no longer active in the party. Biomass, I want to refer to the Drax power station, which has been very controversial and in the news recently. Friends of the Earth are no friend of Drax. They claim that the virgin forest is being cut down in Canada. On the other hand, Drax claims they have certificates that all of it is sustainably farmed forestry. I won't go into that debate. What I want to point out is that, as with nucleus, the Drax power station is what keeps the lights on at night. It is our biggest generator of power at that sort of time. It is argued that it's carbon neutral because the trees regrow. Yes, that takes 15 years. Now, Drax are applying for more subsidy to introduce carbon capture and storage. I've no idea what the party policy is in this, or even the Labour Party policy. But if we did that, it would be immediately carbon neutral because it takes the CO2 out of the chimney stacks. Now let me move on to the fuel. It takes 15 years to replace a tree, and it is in the growing years that it's sucking out carbon. But giant grasses, which grow very fast, can be harvested after about 4 years. So we can get there far, far quicker. And if we invested in Africa, there are tropical areas where the growing season is virtually 12 months of the year. Now combine those things, getting there quicker, getting a much faster yield, we are sucking down carbon. It's a giant opportunity to make power and at the same time draw a huge amount of carbon out of the air. We should invest in making pellets in Africa. It will also save forests there because at the moment they cook in a very inefficient manners on 3 stone fires.
Sorry, Bill, could you draw your remarks to a close?
Yes, thank you very much. We should not forget also the demographics. It's a taboo subject, but this whole problem stems from population growth, and that again is a sub-Sahara Africa problem. I'll leave that thought.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you very much. Inevitably, of course, the party does have policy on biomass power and BECCS, bioenergy with carbon capture and storage. And I encourage you to look at the 2019 policy paper. We are quite cautious about it, depending on the type of feedstock that's used, and you can see the arguments there. Now I'd like to call Stuart Redaway from North Hertfordshire and Stevenage, and then I'll go back to people queuing at the intervention mic.
So, good morning. I'd like to make 4 specific comments and then some general. The specific comments are, I think we should tax beef and lamb. They're very big methane emitters. Secondly, I think we should tax carbon upstream at the point of import or production and then pay a dividend to everybody. And this, I believe, is better than an ETS, which is, I think, the current policy. Next, aircraft flight tax. This should be on the basis of distance flown, type of aircraft efficiency, and takeoff weight. And this is better than a frequent flyer tax, which is very indiscriminate. Flights are not all the same, they vary enormously. And fourthly, I believe we should ban carbon offsetting, because that is riddled with corruption. Finally, I think the documents 139 and 139A are very repetitive and what I would call too clever by half. They can be shortened without loss of content, and I think this would be a big improvement. Thank you.
Thank you, Stuart. We will do our best. Okay, I'm going to take another 3 speakers from the intervention mic on mitigation. Then I do want to move on to the other sections, but I know there are a few more people wanting to speak. We might be able to squeeze them in at the end. So next speaker from the intervention mic.
Hello, conference. My name is Vita Zaporoshenko. I am from Derby City Lib Dems. I should probably also declare that I work for a marine research organization. So you won't be surprised when I say that ocean is an amazing, amazing tool in fight for climate change, or against climate change rather. So we should really be building up more policy in terms of protecting the ocean, protecting our waterways, and also making sure that there is enough research funding available for those organizations that do work in that area to be able to actually give us the information to properly see what mitigations we need to make. Just as an impressive thing to say about the ocean, obviously it collects and stores a lot of CO2, but also things like a previous speaker mentioned longweeds, seaweed feeds of CO2. So we really should be looking at kind of the value and the massive impact ocean can have. And obviously that's not a domestic thing. There are things that we can do domestically to protect sea and the ocean in terms of pollution and things like that. It is very much an international effort. And so we should be looking at our partnerships with other countries and the wider role that UK has in that. And that should really begin with things like ratification of the BBNJ Treaty, which Labour is currently dragging slightly their feet on, with not really telling us when they're going to do that, despite actually having already signed it. So I think that's all from me. Thank you very much, and have a good conference, everybody.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, conference. My name is Tim Sly. I'm a member of the Wrexham local party, and I'm also president of the Welsh Liberal Democrats. 2050 for net zero, that's awfully close. When you look at the timescale for large infrastructure projects, when you look at the amount of housing we need, you can see that even with the best estimates for how many new houses we could build, something like 80% of the housing stock that will exist in 2050 is already built. So if we're going to mitigate the effects of climate change, we're going to go for carbon reduction, energy reduction. That means massive upgrading of existing housing stock, existing office buildings, public buildings, schools. In my professional life, I run a company that makes energy saving controls for schools, public buildings, offices. And on a daily basis, I'm simply horrified by the lack of ambition. And we have building regulations. We have, for example, for schools, codes of practice set in place by Department of Education that talk about energy performance, talk about lighting controls, need for human-centric lighting, energy reduction in schools. I can tell you these are being flouted on a daily basis. So when we talk about the need for better insulation, when we need to talk about lower energy form, lower carbon forms of heating, such as heat pumps, when we talk about retrofitting controls to minimize the use of energy into buildings. Each of these projects is designed by a practitioner. We need tougher regulation. We need much, much better training for the people who actually design and deliver these projects. And we need enforcement to make sure that what we decide as a country actually gets delivered. And I would ask the policy working group to take these factors into account. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Tim. And next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Miriam Selleck. I'm from Peterborough. I've been coming to conference for 8 years, but this is my first time speaking. Yeah, so I'd like to speak about decarbonising transport in particular, because it's a really exciting area and I think it's really important for our climate mitigation, particularly for young people, because I've run a workshop in my city for engaging with young people and seeing where young people have agency, and that's really in the kind of transport sector. And I noticed there wasn't much in the policy document about active travel. I think that's a really important area for local journeys. And I sit on my city council's climate change and environmental scrutiny committee and on the working group for the local cycling and walking infrastructure plan. And I think it'd be really important, because I'm all for devolution and stuff, but I think it's really important to have a framework for how councils can implement a local cycling and walking infrastructure policy plan in their area with their kind of local knowledge, but also kind of a national framework to kind of understand best practice and how they can actually do that and get funding for that, because I think that's really important. And then on a kind of bigger scale, for longer journeys, trains are also really important. So having more investment, obviously that's difficult with HS2 and stuff, but to have more investment like HS2 or HS2 preferably would really enable people to take the train more rather than driving. And another thing like banning short haul flights and stuff would be really important. So kind of that two-pronged approach of both the active travel and the public transport of the trains would be great. So that's my opinion. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to move on to the next section on the just transition. I'm aware there are other people wanting to make comments on mitigation, so don't go away. I'll try and squeeze you in at the end, but we do want to try and make sure we cover all the 4 sections of consultation paper. I should also say that if anybody has any thoughts after this session, please do email them to us. There's an email address in the consultation paper, and don't feel you have to stick to the questions that we've listed there. Anything, any comment you have on what the party's climate policy should be would be very welcome, and we'll treat it seriously. So let's move on to the section on just transition. And here it's a combination of 2 kinds of issues. One is, how do we deal with individuals and industries and regions that are adversely affected by the transition to net zero? And the classic case is areas dependent on oil and gas exploration and development. And the second issue is a kind of broader issue of how we take people with us. Vera mentioned at the beginning, I think we've tended to approach climate policy, and many people do this, with the kind of doom and gloom, we have to do all this or otherwise we're all going to be dead. It's not necessarily the most encouraging way of approaching people and encourage them to undergo the costs and the changes in behavior that will be necessary. So what's our message? How do we take people with us in the necessary transition to net zero? So I think we have one speaker from the intervention section. No, we don't have anyone. We do. Right, we do, yes. Please introduce yourself, tell us what you think.
My name is Ros Savage. I am the relatively new MP for the South Cotswolds. Thank you. And before that, I was an environmental campaigner for the last 20 years. So there's quite a lot that I could say about this, but I will try to keep my remarks short. Just very briefly, a couple of things on mitigation before I move on to the just transition. In terms of sooner is definitely better than later in terms of cuts. If you look at the area under a curve like this of emissions, that area is going to be a lot smaller than the area under a curve like that. So yes, let's do it sooner, starting now. The Climate and Nature Bill, question number 3, was about the carbon embedded in things that are manufactured overseas, and whether we should be including that embedded carbon in our carbon budget. Yes, absolutely. The figures that we're looking at the moment are very flattering because we have exported so much of our emissions to China, and we know the way that they generate power in China is one of the dirtiest. So, on to what I'm meant to be talking about, and the just transition. As a party of proud internationalists that takes into account the well-being of future generations, we need to make sure that we don't meet our energy needs at the expense of developing countries to meet their future energy needs. The stuff that goes into the making of solar panels, of wind turbines, of electric vehicles doesn't come out of thin air, and it mostly doesn't come from the UK. It is also mostly refined, again, in China. So if we're really going to take a holistic approach to the fossil fuel transition, we need to think about the fact that most of these minerals are coming from Africa, they're coming from South America, and we need to make sure that we don't compromise the ability of those parts of the world to meet their energy needs so that we are able to maintain our first world lifestyles. So we really need to be looking at a bigger joined up picture that includes renewables, of course, but we also need to look at, as previously mentioned, nuclear. We need to look at the ability of the oceans as carbon sinks. Regenerating soil increases the ability of soil to also become a carbon sink, planting more trees. So I would like to ask the policy group, which I would be delighted to participate in, to really have a look at that bigger picture and make sure that we don't get so homed in on the very narrow metric of net zero that we ignore these externalities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ros. Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Thank you and good morning, conference. My name is Morgan Rise. I'm from Surrey Heath and I'm the cabinet member there for Net Zero Environment and Leisure. And I just want to first say it's an absolute pleasure to follow Ros speaking at conference. It's a big act to follow. What I want to talk to you about today is how often local government and local authorities are at the forefront of delivering net zero projects. So it's important and it's essential that in any just transition that those authorities are actually giving the powers and the finances to be able to deliver the change that will affect our communities the most. And just as Ros said, it's as a party of proud internationals, I would say as a party of proud localists as well, those local communities are essential. It's also, local government, they're also normally responsible for their own areas, but they're also highly influential in influencing their local communities as well through promotions of buy-in schemes and others like we have in Surrey. The key thrust of my intervention today is regarding funding. And we know how funding for local authorities and local governments is an area that needs major reform over a wide variety of issues. But I think that comes down to the climate change and net zero as well. Funding for net zero projects at local government needs far more clarity and openness. Too often, the funding that is available is only for capital expenditure, but we are missing out an opportunity to provide local governments with the funding to properly hire and employ experts at delivering that change. That needs to change as well. So what I would ask the policy group to be looking at is providing our parliamentarians with the expertise and the data to provide our 72 new Lib Dem MPs with the ability to hold the government to account, to deliver the change that's needed for funding, and also provide a new settlement for net zero funding for local government. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hello, thank you very much. My name's Jim Millard. I'm Deputy Leader of the London Borough of Richmond-upon-Thames and the Liberal Democrat Lead for Housing and Regeneration on London Councils. I wanted to endorse what Councillor Rise has just said and make a similar point and a completely the other side of the coin style point. The endorsement is to sort of simply add that a lot of local authorities, including London Borough of Richmond-upon-Thames, want to innovate and excel. Our residents have a great appetite for us to excel in mitigating and tackling the climate emergency. And we find, as we look forward to what we can do, that we are hidebound by Westminster regulations. And in addition to funding, we need to lobby urgently for that to be undone and freedom given to local authorities to innovate on a local level, to try things, to iterate, and for those successful innovations to be the basis for things that can be rolled out more widely. The other side of the coin is looking across London, certainly, and I'm sure this is shared by lots of cities across the country. Retrofit is a massive challenge. For the social housing sector, we need to act as a country to provide the scale of industry and supply chain that we can't do on a local level. Individual councils and individual housing associations are all looking to do retrofit, but slightly soft pedaling and waiting for that infrastructure to be there that they can tap into. If we can act as a country, we need to lobby government to do this, to invest in skills, in industry, in supply chains. Retrofit can be unlocked across social housing and the wider stock in cities across the country. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Next speaker on just transition issues. Go ahead.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Mike McEwen, and I'm proud to serve as the Cabinet Member for Climate Change and Sustainability at Cotswold District Council. I'm delighted to be here today to celebrate actually the election of our wonderful new MP, Ros Savage, who we just heard from. Thank you, Ros. I want you to imagine something for a moment. Picture your local town or city, peaceful and quiet, with clean, fresh air, free from the noise of internal combustion engine vehicles. Imagine walking down the street with a high-quality, well-paid jobs in green technology boosting your local economy. This isn't a far-off dream. This is the future we can build together. And I agree with Weira, we can have a positive transition for all of us. As the party of localism, we have local government and residents who have the power to lead the way. But to make this a reality, local government must be given statutory duties, not optional as we have today, to act on climate change, along with funding and resources. We need clear mandatory targets. Just one example, we should have targets that require us to install EV charging to a set level of homes and distances. And we must tackle, for equality reasons, the 30 to 40% of homes that don't have off-street parking. It's simply unfair and unacceptable that those people are going to be expected to pay maybe 8 times more to run exactly the same vehicle versus people like me, for example, who are fortunate enough to have off-street parking. We need to solve that quickly. Local government must also engage with residents and businesses, encouraging and supporting them to transition to things like heat pumps and better insulate their homes. We should be banning the sale of oil and gas boilers as quickly as we can, while offering means-tested support to those who need the help most, with interim tax changes to help incentivize the move away from fossil fuels and to renewable technology. And let's be bold, national planning policy should demand that all new buildings, whether homes or commercial properties, come equipped with solar panels and batteries as standard. This is how we build a future that works for everyone, a future where we not only tackle climate change, but also thrive because of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I think we have 2 more speakers on just transition issues. 3 more. Okay, well, let's have the next one.
Hi, I'm Matt Jones. I am from Droitwich and Evesham. It's my first conference, so we'll go make it easy for me. So I come from an industry where we are car and van dependent. We lug lots of heavy equipment around. We can't take trains. We can't use sustainable transportation. So we will be dependent on the electric car, electric van infrastructure. Lots of companies, I'm sure most people are aware, have salary sacrifice schemes where you'll get a brand new electric car as with tax-free with a salary sacrifice. I think this should be extended to second-hand electric cars and vehicles to make it fairer, because all the people that I've ever known to have this are all people who earn higher salaries, who have the salary to be able to afford to sacrifice it in the first place. The reason that it's all expensive is that electric cars are expensive. Second-hand electric cars at the moment are very, very cheap, and people on lower incomes may be able to afford to take advantage of these salary sacrifice schemes if we're extended to second-hand electric cars and vehicles. So yeah, that's just generally my piece. So yeah, thanks very much.
That's great. Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Thank you, Duncan. My name is Ian Stotesbury. I'm the Liberal Democrat Cabinet Member for Sustainability Transport in Watford Borough Council, where we run an outstanding Liberal Council. On just transition, I really just wanted to talk about what reaches people who aren't already agreeing with us. So I'm one of those Lib Dems who I build spacecraft for a living, they monitor disaster and climate change, and I'm one of those nerds that started out my work in politics just talking about the facts, and it's not reaching people. In Watford, we've been doing a sustainability forum and a people's panel. I want to see some thoughts on that from the working group on how we reach people where they live. Talking about health, talking about bills, talking about opportunities to have new work, but also something that we've been trialling in Watford a little bit through the general election campaign was also on security. That's a group of people we've not been reaching. So that just transition of security, excuse me, we can also thread in that internationalist element of security by investing in developing nations that need our support. So I think that's just a thread I want to put in place. And on mitigation issues, for example, transport, we've done our LC whip in Watford. That's gone down really well, but talking about it as an LC whip didn't work at all, but opportunities to travel around more healthily was a huge thread for us. I do think transport, though, is somewhere where we really should and could be more radical. We've seen government trial a fixed rate for bus transit. I'd like us to consider seriously radical interventions on making transport potentially even free to allow people of less well-off backgrounds or rural towns and communities to really link up with neighbouring towns, and those who can't afford to move to an electric vehicle have an opportunity to travel in a really sustainable way. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you very much. And last speaker on just transition, and then we'll move on to the adaptation section. So would Keith Melton please stand by?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Johnny Singh from the Borough of Brent in North London. And I just want to pick up that point about urban dwellers and urban context. Because I think I'd urge the policy working group to consider policies that will directly improve the lives of our city dwellers. And I make this also as a political point, looking at London in particular, where we've got vast swathes of the city now, where the Green Party has come second to Labour, and is seen as a challenger and a rival, particularly for young people, for minoritized groups. And it's a space that we need to get into. And there's lots we can do to support a just transition for city dwellers around active travel, around small-scale renewable energy production, around waste management, around protecting green spaces. So the just transition from both a policy point of view and a political point of view, I think we have to take into account our folks who live in the cities, and that also will help bolster us as a party of opposition in London, Manchester, and elsewhere.
Thanks very much indeed. Okay, we're going to move on to the adaptation section now. I've had one card in. I think we have two people at the intervention mic, so you can get ready to say your piece. But now, let me introduce Keith Melton, my colleague on the FPC from Newark and Sherwood, and also chair of the Green Liberal Democrats. Keith.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome to a nice sunny conference. We've been out beachcombing this morning, and the results of that beachcomb will be on our fringe this evening when we're talking about the ocean. Just thought I'd get that plug in before I started. The thing that I wanted to say was that we really don't have serious policy on adaptation. Vera admitted this, encouraged us to talk about adaptation earlier on. I am a councillor in Newark and Sherwood, and we suffered a once-in-a-100-year flood last October, and then we had another once-in-a-100-year flood in January and February. So things are changing. Climate change is happening now, and the issue of flooding requires a degree of discussion about adaptation. What do we do? What do we do to encourage farmers to operate differently with the fields that are going to get flooded? And nobody's really talking about this. What do we do about getting catchment areas together to talk about nature-based flood protection? Because in order to stop floods happening in Newark and Sherwood, we actually need nature-based flood protection in Derbyshire to stop the water getting into the watercourse and so on. So adaptation is a significant issue. The other thing I wanted just to raise about the sort of issues that we can talk about in adaptation, we're talking about retrofitting for insulation. Insulation in terms of mitigation. But insulation, we ought to also to be thinking about insulation in terms of the heat, because we're going to go through a number of hotter summers, and there are people dying from heat problems, and particularly the elderly. We need also to be considering old folks' homes and making sure that they're provisioned to stop people dying because of overheating during the summer. We need to be able to make sure schools are protected because children need to be educated even when the summers are very, very hot. So there are lots of issues about adaptation that we can be considering, and this is the area that I think I would like to push hardest as far as this climate change renewal process is concerned. That's all I have to say at the moment, but don't forget to come along to the Green Liberal Democrat fringe meetings.
Thank you, Keith. I think we got the message. Okay, a couple of speakers from the intervention mic on adaptation. Next one, please.
Thank you, Duncan. Firstly, I'd like to congratulate our manifesto that we ran with in the elections. I think we had the strongest manifesto out of all the parties. So I think we should recognise that what we need to be doing is building on that manifesto. Regards to the adaptation.
Do you want to tell us who you are?
Oh, sorry, yeah, my name's Steve Mason. I'm a councillor, opposition spokesperson, North Yorkshire. My job is, well, I took a fracking company and turned it into a geothermal company. So I have a bit of expertise in the adaptation of fossil fuel companies. And to be honest, I think the transition should be happening quicker rather than slower from fossil fuels. But I think on adaptation, I think heat is a major thing we need to be talking about as a working group. Because if you look through the manifestos, there's a lot about power. There's a lot, everything's on power generation. It's the easy win, if you like, nowadays with renewable energy. But there's so many properties we are not going to be able to put air source heat pumps in. We're not going to be able to do it. So we need to look at how we're going to decarbonise the gas grid or decarbonise people's homes in a different way. I'm kind of crossing over a little bit into other parts of this topic, and I think you're quite brave to try and separate it into 4 separate topics. But local authorities, I think, is also another one of my things I'm doing at the moment, is how do we speed up local authorities to lead the adoption of these policies that we need to do? And procurement in particular, I think, is vitally important. The new Procurement Act will allow us to adopt sustainability within our local plans, our procurement plans as a local authority, and identify projects that are being private sector financed. So I'd like to focus a bit more on that and the frameworks we put in place at local authority.
Thanks very much, Steve. Okay, we're beginning to run out of time now, so I'll ask everyone to be concise. I'm going to take 2 more speakers on adaptation from the mic.
Thank you very much. My name is Sanna Dijkstra-Downey. I'm a councillor in North Edinburgh, and I also speak for the Scottish Lib Dems on net zero. I also wanted to endorse this notion of us doing a lot more work on adaptation. I think it's incredibly important given the impacts of climate change that are already baked in. In Edinburgh, we've done a lot of work on adaptation. We've got a Climate Ready Edinburgh plan, which has been a lot of work across a lot of departments, a lot of officers and councillors. But I recognise that not all local authorities would have the capacity to do that kind of work. So I think anything that we can do as a party to help set standards, share best practice, especially given a lot of these measures have to be taken at local authority, I think would be incredibly valuable. I also wanted to endorse the point that Keith was making earlier, because I think it's really important that we look for opportunities for synergy between mitigation and adaptation. So, for example, heat pumps, they can reduce energy use, but they can also cool homes. Street trees can capture carbon, but they also provide shade. And we should be looking at nature-based solutions to combat flooding, but also look at the biodiversity benefits that they bring. So I think my point is that looking at adaptation is not a defeatist thing. It is a necessary part of the reality that we face, but looking at opportunities for crossover between mitigation, biodiversity, and adaptation can help us get the best out of everything. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much indeed. And one more speaker from the intervention mic on adaptation.
Good morning, conference. Faith Ponsonby, Chair of Havant Liberal Democrats. I want to go back in time a little bit. My great aunt was born in 1880s, and she lived to fly on Concorde to Washington. Now, the trouble is that our aircraft manufacture and development and flight travels is absolutely huge. I was fortunate enough to have a holiday booked for July the 9th, just after the general election, and boy, did I need it. But it was really brought home to me how much air travel there is. You know, getting in and out of Gatwick, hundreds of planes going off every day, pouring out emissions. Now, one of the things I grew up with was Star Trek. Many of you will be familiar with that. Well, not grew up with, I think my children did. But they had a lovely thing called Beam Me Up, Scotty. Wouldn't it be wonderful if we were able to have some means of getting across and using Zoom more and actually not having to fly to Washington to talk to President Biden?
Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to move on to a section in the consultation paper on the general policy framework. The institutions of government that we need are UK's relations with the international climate agreements and international system, regulation of different sectors of the economy like finance and investment and so on. And we've got time for 3 speakers, as long as you all promise to be fairly fast. So first speaker from the intervention, Mike, please.
Good morning, everybody. My name's Alex Heinson. I'm ordinary member from Guildford here celebrating Zoe Franklin's election. But I'm here speaking on the interface between regulation and corporates, and I do so as an ex-chief sustainability officer. I'm a firm believer that what gets measured and reported gets managed, and I would say that the UK currently does not have a robust enough framework and has a regulatory deficit compared to the EU. And I'm particularly thinking about the value chain elements of Scope 3 greenhouse gas emissions. The data is extremely poor and will not improve unless we push the issue. We need to think in terms of regulation, not in silos. We need to join up climate with biodiversity and the social justice issues. And I'm afraid that unless disclosures are required and verified, nothing will change. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. Conference, I'm Andy Graham and I'm leader of West Oxfordshire District Council, once the home of an ex-Prime Minister and now has a Lib Dem MP for the first time in 102 years. But conference, one of the things I wanted to actually turn to on the framework was the partnership that we need to actually approach, that we need to take. And we as local authorities need to be at the forefront of this because we are the ones that can actually help to deliver locally. I just wanted to highlight one thing that is a good example when we set templates up, and the Saltcross Village plan that we had and we still have in West Oxfordshire was contested by the inspectors, and we went to the High Court. The inspectors lost, and because we actually have been tenacious, we have a template of how a future village should really be, that it is totally sustainable, it is integrated, and it does all the things that we've been talking about this morning. So I think we, as a party, should set up in our framework the templates for future development and make sure that net zero is not compromised, and we get on with the job and we do it. Thank you, conference.
Thank you very much indeed. Okay, we're just going to take one more speaker from the intervention mic, and then I'm going to ask Vera to give us some comments to wind up the session.
I'm Mike Ward from Mole Valley, and we have 2 new Liberal Democrat MPs. My contribution is to do with international action. I want to talk about risk tolerance for climate change. I'm an actuary, and I want to draw a parallel with insurance. The solvency of insurance companies is managed to a risk of failure of a 1 in 200-year event, a very high bar to prevent failure. And yet we accept far greater risk of planetary catastrophe in the way that we deal with climate change. So why not have a similar approach to the solvency idea for insurance companies and call it planetary solvency? Planetary solvency would mean being reasonably confident that we could avoid plausible worst case scenarios by taking the necessary action on climate change and nature management and social justice that would mitigate it. It would also involve rigorous and regular measurement of the actions, as a colleague from Guildford just said, to ensure that we are on track. And we'd also need appropriate international governments. This might sound familiar stuff, but what's important is that it would focus on avoiding worst case plausible scenarios. Unfortunately, the worst case is very bad. We don't know exactly how bad because of uncertainties in models. But as Keith said, we're already seeing flooding and fires that would have been assigned a very low probability a few years ago. And we are increasingly close to tipping points, such as the melting of the Greenland ice sheet. The effects of tipping points and their interaction with each other could be dramatic. We really don't know how tipping points are going to behave. And it's quite possible that their effects will be non-linear and quite catastrophic. All this means that plans that seemed adequate a few years ago are no longer so. We've got to readjust our thinking to these new realities and take that to the international stage. Otherwise, we're running very severe risks. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. So I'm sorry for those. Thank you very much for everyone who's intervened and told us what you thought. We've taken careful notes. And I'm sorry to those that we didn't have time to call. As I said, please email us your thoughts. The address is in the consultation paper, and we will start work. I think you've got an idea from the comments people have made of the sheer breadth of issues that this working group is going to have to consider, but we'll be getting on with it very quickly after conference, and we might use another consultative session at the spring conference in Harrogate to look into some of these issues in more detail, and then we'll have the final policy paper, we hope, for autumn conference next year. But let me call to close off the session, Vera Hobas.
Well, thank you very much. And because in the interest of time, I really have to sort of shorten everything that I would like to say. But just to sort of reiterate how wonderful it is to see so many people contributing from the Welsh Liberal Democrats, from the Scottish Liberal Democrats. We had first-time speakers and first-time conference attendants. All of your comments will be taken into account, and we will make sure that we hear from you. But please, please, absolutely write to us again so we can really hear as much as possible. There's a lot of detail that you have contributed, but also the overall picture. And if I can just concentrate on the overall picture, it is no surprise that with our stance on localism and with so many local councillors in the room and indeed out in the country, our focus today has been very much about how to strengthen local authority powers, how to reset the agenda and the funding settlement that the central government will give to local authorities in order to deliver from the grassroots, be that on transport, be that on adaptation or mitigation indeed. We heard that we think we probably in our policy paper, we should look at the interrelationship between mitigation and adaptation. I think that is an absolutely a point well made. Personally, I'd still say we need to focus absolutely on mitigation, because without of that adaptation, we will continuously do adaptation and not get to net zero. But it is, I think, absolutely right that we don't separate the two issues in the same way as we have done. And I would also say, yes, absolutely, climate diplomacy is a very important part of what we are saying in our document. It becomes increasingly clear that climate and net zero, if we don't get it right, is a massive issue for our global security. So thank you all for your contributions. We will really look at all the details of what you have contributed today. It's been a fascinating session, and please keep engaging. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vera. Thank you to my aide, Christine Wilmore, and my hall aide, Fraser Graham, who did sterling work at the intervention mic. And I hand over to Jenny Rick.
Right, good afternoon, conference. If we could all take our seats for the changeover as quickly as possible. And I apologise for my walking stick falling over. I'm not used to it yet. This is F8, Equitable and Improved Outcomes Throughout Pregnancy and the Neonatal Period, which you can find on page 14 of the agenda. There are 3 amendments, which you can find on page 9 of Conference Daily. I just need to let you know that there's been a typo at the very beginning of Amendment 2, and 4 words have been missed off. So it should say support and referrals including, and then the words that are on the... It doesn't materially affect the thrust of the amendment, but we thought you all ought to be fully informed. And I would like to remind all speakers to keep to time because we are quite oversubscribed for this debate, and ask Humera Ali to stand by and call Councillor Donna Harris from Lambeth to propose the motion, please.
Good morning, conference. This is a motion of profound importance. It's rooted in stark realities of the maternal and neonatal care in our country. Let me start with a fact that should shock us all. Black women in the UK are nearly 4 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related causes than white women. The devastating statistics highlight a racial disparity that cannot and must not be ignored. As a country, we are the infant mortality capital of Europe. How can the UK, with the 2nd largest GDP on our continent, have a higher infant mortality rate than 26 of our neighbours? These are preventable deaths, preventable tragedies. Did you know that almost half of our maternity services have been rated inadequate or requiring improvement by the CQC? The result? 13 babies die every single day in the UK before they even reach 28 days old. And black babies are nearly twice as likely to die in their first 28 days as white babies. This is not just about the infants who are tragically lost. Women who suffer miscarriage face not only the heartbreak of loss, but often endure the most tragic and traumatic of medical interventions. The glaring lights of the operating theatre, the concerned faces of emergency teams, their bodies torn apart when they are at their most vulnerable. Worst of all, going through the horror of labour, knowing they will deliver a stillborn baby. These are life-altering experiences, yet they are rarely discussed. Grief and trauma are swept under the carpet. Our society says, your baby just died. Okay, back to work then. It's little wonder that depression, post-traumatic stress disorder, and perinatal obsessive-compulsive disorder are all too common for women who have faced the devastation of pregnancy loss. Another thing that you may not know, conference, a woman has to suffer 3 miscarriages before being referred to a consultant in the NHS. 3 traumas, 3 bereavements. It is beyond barbaric. Let us send our heartfelt message in this hall to all of those women who have been so cruelly treated. This policy must change. It must change immediately. We are on their side. Conference, the miscarriages I've talked about so far are just those we know about, but the data is inadequate and inconsistently collected by healthcare providers. That is why this motion calls for the government to get the basics right. In one of the most advanced economies in the world, no infant death, no woman suffering the trauma of miscarriage should be allowed to go uncounted. And what about the race disparities sitting in the shadows of these appalling statistics? Mothers and babies who are black mixed race, or Asian often experience unconscious bias in their diagnosis and care. Women report being denied or delayed pain relief because of harmful racial stereotypes, like the belief that black women somehow can tolerate pain more, or that Asian women are less capable of coping with it. These harmful assumptions, along with racial profiling and microaggressions, cause significant distress and trauma to countless women. The Darcy Review, released this week, highlights these stark inequalities afresh, reporting infant mortality rates are double in the UK's most deprived areas. That review cannot be allowed to gather dust as others have in the past, with their recommendations going unimplemented. The report calls for clear systems changing around skills, staffing, clinical models and leadership, acknowledging that simply increasing staff numbers will not address these complex issues. For years, the Conservative government have underfunded and neglected our maternity services. In contrast, the Liberal Democrats have consistently put health and social care at the top of our agenda. We must keep pressing the current government at every single opportunity. We have heard from Labour that their agenda is change. What could be more pressing than to change this dismal, this disgraceful Conservative legacy of trauma and bereavement from preventable infant death? During a parliamentary debate in July, Wes Streeting said, "Maternity safeties keep me awake at night." Conference, his hands are now on the levers of power. It is not his insomnia we need his action. Lib Dem women believe the UK should be and has the potential to be the safest place in the world to have a baby. Let us lead with this agenda as Ed Davey has done so brilliantly on social care. Let us be the party of mothers, of babies, and good equitable outcomes. Conference, please support this motion and all three amendments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Donna. Can I ask Dr. Mohsin Khan to stand by? And I now call Humera Ali from Southwark, who wishes to propose Amendment 1.
Conference. You've heard an impassioned speech by Councillor Donna Harris of Lib Dem Women this morning, and I am so happy that this motion has been raised. We need more motions like this to bring women to parity in healthcare. Our amendment today strengthens and supports this motion to resolve the issues that you've heard about. It asks us to measure maternity services with a set of metrics that are commensurate with giving birth in 2024, because you cannot manage what you cannot measure. This in turn will provide the NHS with the answers to what capabilities and how much it needs to provide for those giving birth and those supporting birthing, including midwives and other healthcare professionals. Today, provisions for maternity services are based simply on birthing numbers per location, a metric used since the inception of the NHS. It does not take into account the vastly different landscape of who is giving birth and the risk complexity around that person. Times have changed and complexities are on the increase. Complexity equals risk factors, and that equals time, attention, and skills that are required to manage. And these include a wider maternal age range, health conditions such as diabetes and obesity, multiple births, more inductions and C-sections. In the Darcy report published this week, demand for perinatal services is up by 5 times more than in the last 8 years. If you add on challenges such as socioeconomic inequalities, racism and microaggressions, this throws up the need for more support within these services. Workloads, particularly for midwives, have increased to a point where only 30% of a midwife's time is being spent with the person giving birth. Wow. Gold standard care means one midwife for every birthing situation, yet one midwife told me that in her ward, they were regularly short staff up to 89% of the time, and often midwives would juggle 2 births at a time. A key difference today is that there are more inductions, more women with health conditions, and therefore more activity around those increased risks. An increasing proportion of births, therefore, don't go according to Plan A and end up with interventions such as a C-section or moving to obtain services at another hospital. So that remaining 70% includes tasks such as managing and supporting other staff, especially junior midwives. Hours and hours of data collection and paperwork and demand for community midwives is now off the scale. We certainly could use resources better, nor are we set up for smoother mitigations when birth plan A doesn't happen. And this is before we talk about morale and pressure on midwives, which has led to 1 month per year average in sickness per midwife. It doesn't take a genius to know that we have a shortage of midwives, added to which we're about to lose a generation of incredible experience, which will put further pressure on maternity services. So what is the true number required, the skills mixes needed, and what else is needed in each of the different maternity services units around the country? If you're providing capabilities based solely on the number of births per location, you can't possibly be suitably prepared. In summary, measuring the range of complexities along with workloads and softer measures such as culture will drive the right skills mix, clinical models, leadership and culture, logistics and technology required to provide safe and efficient service. But you can't know any of that if it's not being measured consistently and being used to drive priorities across our nations and within each of the maternity services providers. Conference, I ask that you support this amendment and all the amendments today so that we can provide the right setup to make our maternity services safer and efficient for giving birth and the joyful experience that every family should have. Thank you.
Thank you, Humera. Would Elizabeth Jukes from Cheshire West and Chester stand by? And I now call Dr. Mohsin Khan from Oxford East, who is also the chair of LDCRE, and he's going to propose Amendment 2 for us.
Conference, I'm speaking in favour of Amendment 2. Amendment 2 is based on discussions I've had with the parliamentary team, as well as my own background as a mental health psychiatrist. To be clear, I back the overall motion. It's excellent. I'm very pleased to have spoken earlier this year alongside Donna and Lib Dem women on the panel at their excellent maternal health fringe last conference. Lib Dem Campaign for Race Equality, which I chair, have also worked closely with Donna and her team on the initial motion. I'm very grateful to Lib Dem women for working intersectionally with us on race equality, and we've heard powerfully the race equality and inequalities that afflict maternal and perinatal health. Now, the amendment does two things. It gives further examples to the support and referral to show what sort of referrals might be needed to be available, particularly in mental health, and it holds the government to account on annual waiting times around mental health. As a psychiatrist, I know it's through reporting that priorities by ministers and the NHS are set operationally. It's how we collectively hold the NHS to account and how we drive improvements. Similarly, the amendment calls for further reporting on reducing miscarriages and stillbirths in ethnic minorities. Why? Well, conditions that affect women, we see less resources. Conditions around mental health, we see less resources. And with race inequalities, I think you're starting to get the picture. It's all much worse. Furthermore, maternal mental health is highest in the most deprived areas. It can make up to 1/3 of the cases. So you can see how the various inequalities start to pile up. We know ethnic minority women face greater barriers towards earlier healthcare access. Black women have 40% higher chance of miscarriage, a double risk of stillbirth than white women. Black babies in England are 3 times more likely to die than white babies in the 21st century. If ethnic minority babies had the same risk of death as white babies, 200 more babies a year would be alive. And not all of this difference is due to socioeconomic factors. We know conditions impacting maternal and fetal health are more prevalent in ethnic minority groups. There are many reasons for this. We also know that women with severe mental illness are twice as likely to experience miscarriage and 50% more likely to have 3 or more. We can all see the need for action on this. It's loud and clear. Please back the amendment and the motion as a whole. It's desperately needed in the 21st century. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mohsin. Can I ask Tam Langley from Lambeth to stand by, please? And I now call Lizzie Jukes from Cheshire West and Chester, who is the director of the Lib Dem Christian Forum.
Thank you. Conference. This amendment calls for the provision of interpreters. Misunderstanding between a woman and a health professional can lead to many problems and even more medical intervention and possibly tragic consequences. Women whose first language is not English are 7 times more likely to develop complications and 3 times more likely to die during labour. For many of these women, they do speak a level of English, so are assumed to understand everything that's being said. But often that is far from true. A woman who speaks conversational English may not understand medical professionals or be able to explain that she's experiencing a problem. She may not even be able to explain her symptoms in order to be assured that actually everything's fine and her symptoms are normal. So she can become distressed as a result. The problem is even worse for refugees and asylum seekers. They are unlikely to have a family member who can help translate. The father of the baby may have been dispersed elsewhere to another part of the country. And even worse, the pregnancy may be the result of sexual abuse or rape, either in her own country or on her journey here, or as a vulnerable woman here in the UK. Pregnancy and birth, while a normal part of life, are still worrying and scary at the best of times. For women who speak little or no English, can be traumatic. Conference, the provision of interpreters who can ensure there is good communication between the woman and the health professionals can help reassure the woman and ensure that the health professionals give her the help she needs. Please support all the amendments and this motion as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Lizzie. Can I ask Dr. Will Sackwell to stand by? And I now call Tam Langley from Lambeth Borough, who wishes to speak for the motion as a whole.
Hello, yeah, I'm a member from Lambeth and I also convene the First As One Days movement, which is all the children's charities who care about the health and well-being of babies. For people watching this debate outside the hall, this motion might seem like motherhood and apple pie. Well, conference, as you've heard already from the speakers, nothing could be further from the truth. But why do the Liberal Democrats need to get behind this policy? Well, it's because, as you can see from the banners, we believe in a fair deal, and this is about fairness for babies. As the motion points out, black babies are twice as likely to die. Asian babies nearly 1.5 times as likely to die in the first 28 days as white babies. And infant mortality rates are higher in the most deprived neighbourhoods. They're double the rate in the least deprived. These tragic statistics show we are just not doing enough to counter systemic inequalities. Things are not fair in those critical early days, those critical early months. Even though we know interventions that work, like midwifery continuity of carer, they work, but they're not available to many expectant women who need them. So, as this motion says, we need to renew the national maternity ambitions and make sure the government funds the NHS workforce plan to address shortages of midwives and shortages of health visitors. And we need to make sure of something else, conference, because the spending review is looming and there is a risk that we will see cuts to a range of preventative programmes that support babies and mothers, programmes like Start for Life. But we hear from the government there's no money. We hear that although they recognise the importance of these early days and months, we need to wait. We've been here before conference. During austerity, it was investment in preventative services that were cut. It was the children's centres, the Sure Start centres that closed. We cannot let that happen again because we're already seeing the effects in a decline in the development of 2-year-olds and the other effects that speakers have talked about today. So we must invest in babies because babies can't wait for the economy to recover, and we must invest in supporting mothers with their perinatal mental health. We must insist, conference, on fairness for babies and mothers and speak up for babies.
Thank you very much, Tam. Would Ellen Nicholson please stand by? And I now call Dr. Will Sackwell from Sheffield, who wishes to speak in favour of the motion as a whole.
I used technology, that's a big mistake. Sorry, Chair. Chair, conference and colleagues, we, the Lib Dems, won the general election debate on health and social care, eloquently communicated by all of our candidates and parliamentarians, but especially by Ed. Our health policy was both practically rigorous and emotionally intelligent, because everyone's got a healthcare story, and our policies have really cut through with the public. Each health story is important, from cancer to mental health. But obstetric care in this country only seems to be talked about when things go disastrously wrong, and they so clearly have recently. See the Nottingham report. So I welcome this motion's particular focus on women's health. Each miscarriage and stillbirth is a tragedy, and the scars are often mental as well as physical. I know that some will be sharing their stories today, and others will choose not to. Either way, let's begin a conversation that will hopefully bring about some healing. This motion is suitably wide-ranging, but I'll use my time to focus on 2 points. Straight off the bat, this motion notes the impact of poverty and deprivation. I've worked in an area where the local health belief was that pregnant teenagers should take up smoking for a smaller baby and an easier labour. But smoking increases the risk of miscarriage by a quarter, and even passive smoking increases the risk significantly. So I've seen the complex interplay of poverty, poor education outcomes, and poor maternal health outcomes, and we must act. Secondly, when staffing levels repeatedly come up in reports on maternity scandals, I'm glad to see the motion recognises the issue. As Humaira Ali so rightly pointed out, the Darzai report highlighted that staff sickness is so prevalent now in the NHS that the average midwife takes off 1 month in a year in sick leave. This is not sustainable, and we as Lib Dems must lead the way on looking after the NHS staff so they can look after us. Now, the motion says much more, all of which I agree with, and I'd like to thank particularly Lizzie Jukes for bringing the motion, the amendment in about translation. I work in a hospital where genuinely I regret not knowing much Urdu, and it really does impact the care that I can offer. So thank you, Lizzie, for bringing that amendment. But the rest of the motion is also brilliant, and I urge you to back it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Will. Would Catherine Miles please stand by? And I now call Ellen Nicholson from Woking, who also wishes to speak in favour of the motion as a whole.
Thank you. I wanted to speak in favour of the motion as a whole and of the 3 amendments as well. As a parent, as a member of the Liberal Democrat Women Executive, and also as an NHS professional and Deputy Leader of Woking Council. And like many of you here at Conference Day, I also have a Lib Dem MP now, which I'm pleased about. We've seen repeated failures in maternity care over the years, impacting families and the communities. A poor maternity inspection in a hospital really does impact those families. They cause worry and they cause anxiety amongst the community, but they also cause worry for the healthcare professionals working in that service, understandably. But the poor outcomes also have a cost implication as well. A baby that's born maybe with a poor APGAR score may actually require care for the rest of its life, and that's a costly implication on the NHS. At Autumn Conference 2023, we produced a paper on the better start in life. I would argue that this paper today, this policy paper today, maternity and neonate care is a prerequisite for a better start in life. We've already heard the statistics from the 2023 Nuffield Trust around the ethnic disparities and the broader socio-economic deprivation for the women from the black ethnic backgrounds who are 4 times more likely to die than white women in maternity, in childbirth. And it's an absolutely shocking statistic that we should not see in the 21st century. I wanted to talk a little bit to a couple of lines. Lines 8 to 12. We know from the research from the National Institute of Health Research that early pregnancy complications are really common, and they account for the largest proportion of emergency work performed by gynecology departments across the UK. But we know that early pregnancy assessment centres, they're generally available, but there's variation across the country with the level of access and the service provided. This is something we should be lobbying for an accessibility and standardised service to be recommended. And in lines 24 to 26, we talk a little bit about neonate deaths. A key issue moving forwards is we need more health visitors. It's already been mentioned. We have a shortage of around 5,000 health visitors in the country. The NSPCC in 2023 said that nearly 100,000 babies didn't receive their first visit within the recommended 14 days. That's really critical, those first few weeks for the families and for those babies as well. We need to be addressing that need for health visitors with that national shortage and lobbying the government on that. So to sum up, in the words of the World Health Organization, every pregnancy and birth is unique. Addressing those inequalities that affect health outcomes is fundamental to ensuring that all women have access to respectful and high quality maternity care. And we need that for everyone. Please support the motion and the amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen. Can I ask Laura Gordon to please stand by? And I now call Catherine Miles from Oxford East, who wishes to speak in favour of lines 52 to 59.
Thank you. I support this motion. Miscarriage care matters. Every miscarriage is devastating. I speak as someone who suffered miscarriage, recurrent miscarriage, and an ectopic pregnancy. It's a process. Care is needed before, during, and after a miscarriage. 24 hours a day, it needs to be accessible. When it happens to you and your partner who's supporting you, you need that access to care. When it's anticipated, when you start knowing that miscarriage is about to happen, because you know before it happens sometimes. It needs to be there during the physical, painful process, both emotionally and physically, as it's happening, and also afterwards when you're coming to terms with it. Miscarriage care matters 24 hours a day. It shouldn't have stopped at New Year for me when I was sent home, when my miscarriage was actually an ectopic pregnancy, and I later had to have life-saving surgery. I then found that ectopic pregnancies didn't count in that number 3. So that magic number of 3 meant that I had to wait till my 4th pregnancy loss before I was allowed any support. I had to wait. But, you know, those investigations don't always hold all the answers because we still don't know the reasons for many miscarriages. And that's why miscarriage research matters as well. Data. Not all miscarriages have the same cause. I participated in medical research from the charity Tommy's, and that helped heal me. I subsequently had 2 children after that. It may not have been because of that research, but it helped. It helped me. We need research to help understand more on why miscarriage happens and what can be done to support more people to make pregnancy loss a thing of the past and make birth safe for everyone. Conference, I call on you, please support this motion today. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. I would like to ask Helen Morgan MP to stand by, please. And I now call Laura Gordon from Bicester and Woodstock, who wishes to speak in favour of the motion as a whole.
Thank you, Chair. Conference. I've given birth twice in the NHS in the last 5 years, and it feels sometimes like a terrifying lottery. I found out this the hard way when I had my first child. After 2 weeks overdue, and after 24 hours of contractions, I was being shouted at by the labour ward admissions person for trying to skip the induction queue using the devious device of going into labour. But with all of my privilege, I'm white, I'm middle class, I'm married to a doctor, what rescued me was actually my membership of the Liberal Democrats, because a passing Liberal Democrat councillor who works as a midwife in that unit recognised me, rescued me, allowed me to be admitted and get the care and ultimately the emergency caesarean section that me and my daughter needed. And I wonder regularly what might have happened to her had I never signed that initial membership form. But I'd actually like to talk about another woman who gave birth to her second child, as I did, in March 2021. And her name was Rana Abdel Karim. And she lived in Gloucestershire, originally coming from Sudan. And I think her story sums up a lot of the statistics that we've heard today. Because she spoke poor English, and she was admitted believing that she was going in for a scan. Because nobody chose to use the translation services that were available, she continued to believe that that's what she was there for and attended alone. And she was never properly consented for the induction that began that day. Because she didn't speak English, there was no one to raise the alarm and note that her previous experience of female genital mutilation exposed her to extreme risk, or that her small stature meant that when she was started to bleed, that it was a real emergency and action needed to be taken soon. Ultimately, it meant that tragically, when she died, when she bled to death in a NHS maternity hospital, leaving 2 young daughters, she died alone in a strange country where she did not speak the language. I cannot imagine how terrified she must have been. But I think her story sums up a lot of the statistics we've heard. She was affected by the poor access to interpretation services, which was so powerfully proposed by Lizzie Jukes in her amendment, as well as by, I think it's impossible to hear her story without understanding the role that unconscious bias must have faced in the care that she received. I think this motion is important, and I think we need to pass it. And I think we deserve, the women who are giving birth in this country deserve so much better. So conference, please pass the motion and all of the amendments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Laura. Because we have had no speakers against, and because we were massively oversubscribed for this debate, I haven't called anybody to submit for the amendments. I apologise to, I can see one of them looking at me right now. I would like to call now Helen Morgan MP, who is going to submit the motion as a whole.
Well, good morning, conference. Firstly, I want to thank Councillor Donna Harris and Lib Dem Women for drafting this excellent motion, highlighting the desperate need to drive down inequality in maternity and neonatal care, and the need to renew the national ambition to reduce stillbirths, neonatal and maternal deaths, so that the UK can become the safest place to have a baby. We're currently not on track to do this. I also want to thank the excellent contributions made by our speakers in today's debate. Humira Ali proposing Amendment 1 and the importance of data so that we can measure how well we're doing. Dr. Mohsin Khan, Amendment 2 on the importance of offering further support, particularly in mental health. To Elizabeth Jukes for making a critical amendment about interpreters. Other speakers made excellent points. Tanya Langley said babies can't wait for the economy to recover, and she is right. Dr. Will Southwell made the point that maternal care has only been looked at when there's been in crisis, and we need to focus on it as an ongoing service. Ellen Nicholson highlighted the variation of access to early assessment centres and the importance of health visitors. And Catherine Miles bravely shared her story of multiple miscarriage and the scandal of the 3 miscarriages rule. Finally, Laura Gordon told us the shocking story of Rana Abdel Karim and the importance of using interpreters and dealing with our unconscious bias. But I also want to thank all the midwives, doctors, consultants, and other people in maternity services working incredibly hard in maternity units across the country who deliver the overwhelming majority of babies safely and in joyful circumstances. We know that these professionals want to listen to women, to provide the highest levels of care, and this motion is here to support them in their work to do that. But we should never overlook the need for improvement or brush under the carpet instances where the system has failed. We must learn the lessons when things go wrong. My constituents in North Shropshire know all too well the grim consequences of poor maternal and neonatal care because they were served by Shrewsbury and Telford Hospital, the largest maternity scandals the UK has ever seen. Between 2000 and 2019, at least 12 mothers died while giving birth there, and 300 babies died or suffered brain damage that could have been avoided. Her report outlined the critical action points to ensure that this doesn't happen again. But it wasn't the first scandal in maternity services, and it hasn't been the last. Devastating failures have been found at Morecambe Bay, East Kent, and currently Nottingham. None of this should come as a surprise when the CQC currently rates 49% of maternity services as inadequate or requiring improvement. It's a scandal that mothers or babies might lose their lives for an avoidable reason that's far too common. And that's why I fully support this motion and all three amendments. As we've heard, Black babies are nearly twice as likely to die, and Asian babies nearly 1.5 times more likely to die in their first 4 weeks than white ones. Black women carry 4 times the risk of death than white women in this country. If these women had been treated in a single trust, we would be clamouring for another high-profile review into their poor care. We mustn't let this scandal of inequality go unnoticed. Social deprivation is driving a similar level of inequality. It has a similar level of risk to ethnic background. We need to understand the causes of that and the solutions to this shocking reality and treat these vulnerable groups with the dignity they deserve as well. Now, as we've heard, there are common factors underlying cases of poor maternity care. I was the co-chair in the last Parliament of the APPG for baby loss, and we identified inequality, insufficient research, and under-resourced workforces at the core of these failures. We need to be more ambitious in our fight to improve maternal care by creating new targets to reduce neonatal death and stillbirths, which extend past 2025 when our current targets that we haven't met expire. This needs to be supported by extensive research so that we understand the causes of poor maternity care, neonatal death, and maternal death. And we urgently need to tackle the inequality. A mother's racial ethnicity, socioeconomic background, sexual orientation, or gender identity currently influences how likely she and her baby are to receive the specialised care, pain relief, or even emergency care that they need. We need to see a workforce plan supported by both initial investment and long-term sustainable funding. Without this, we risk losing the valuable skills in the existing workforce. It's a false economy to deliver services which are unsafe. And we owe it to those who work hard every day to deliver babies safely, sometimes in very difficult working conditions. We owe it to those mothers and their babies who have been avoidably lost or injured to learn the lessons of their experience and to ensure no one else suffers in the same way. We owe it to every potential and expectant mother so that they can look forward to meeting their new baby with confidence. To paraphrase a constituent of mine, no mother should leave hospital with empty arms and a broken heart. Conference, I urge you to back this excellent motion and all three amendments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Helen. We are now going to move to a series of votes. If you are at home and voting online, the votes for the amendments are open now, so fill your boots. For those of you in the hall, I would like to see, firstly, those in favour of Amendment 1. You need to hold up your cards with the voting side towards me, please, for your vote to count. Thank you very much. And then anybody who is against Amendment 1, please hold up your cards now. Okay, that's quite clear in the hall. I'm just going to see what's happening with the online vote. Yeah, I am going to declare that now. That is carried. So Amendment 1 is carried. Amendment 2, please. All those in favour of Amendment 2? Okay, thank you very much. And all those against Amendment 2? Again, that's quite clear in the hall. I'll just see how it is online. Yeah, nobody against it online, so I'm going to declare that carried also. Amendment 3, please. All those in favour of Amendment 3? Okay, thank you very much. And all those against Amendment 3, please. And again, I'm just going to check the online. Okay, yeah, I am going to declare that one carried as well. Thank you very much, and thank you to all those at home who are voting. I am now going to ask people to vote on the motion as amended, which will include all 3 of the amendments that have just been carried. Can I please see hands in the hall for all those in favour of the motion? And you must be seated for your vote to count. Thank you very much. And can I see any against? Okay, I'm just going to check the online. Okay, members of conference, I can declare that that motion with all 3 amendments is very clearly carried. Thank you. I would like to apologise to all the speakers I couldn't call. We had approximately 3 times the number of cards than were speaker slots available. So I'm really sorry if I couldn't call you. I did try to call as many people as possible. And I would like to thank my aide Callum Robertson and my hall aide Fraser Graham. And I now hand over to Belinda Brooks-Gordon to chair the next session.
Conference, please may I ask you to clear the hall quite quickly so we can stay to time. Thank you. Good afternoon, conference. My name is Belinda Brooks-Gordon. I'll be chairing this session, and my aide is Matthew Palmer. And I would now like to welcome to the stage Wendy Chamberlain MP, who is our Chief Whip in Westminster and has newly won the Scot of the Year award, awarded by Hollywood Magazine.
Hello everybody and welcome to conference. And it is so good to see lots of familiar faces, but a lot of newer ones too. And I'm not just talking about my new MP colleagues. For those of you present at my keynote speech last year, you may have remembered a certain bar chart because, oh, do we love a bar chart. but that was the one with only 2 votes in it, because that was the result in my constituency of North East Fife in 2017. A disappointing night for Liberal Democrats across the country and a particularly painful one for us in Fife. But then, after 2019, it wasn't 2 votes in it, but 1,300. And that's when I became the newly elected Liberal Democrat Member of Parliament for North East Fife. We got it over the line thanks to a huge amount of hard work. But even for us celebrating our result, we were commiserating another difficult night for Liberal Democrats across the whole of the UK. But in 2024, it was a different story. That bar chart that just a few years ago had 2 votes in it, that just a couple of months ago had the SNP holding North East Fife on the basis of constituency boundaries, now has 13,500 votes in it. Which is maybe not so helpful for that future squeeze vote leaflet. So Willie Rennie and Ming Campbell, you can eat your hearts out. You may both be able to run further and faster than me, but when it comes to running in North East Fife, we know who is the best performing Liberal Democrat. And conference, I am so humbled to have been given the opportunity to serve the communities of North East Fife in Parliament for a second term. Because being the MP for North East Fife is such a privilege. It is home to so much. World-renowned artists, whiskey and gin distilleries, and historic communities such as those in the fishing communities of the East Neuk, the post-industrial area of Leavenmouth, and the breadbasket of Fife, the How. But during the summer, I finally got to visit my constituents, the Puffins, on the Isle of May, because we are campaigning on sand eels fishing, don't you know? I got to experience the Grass to Grill tour at Balcaskie Estate, seeing cows graze freely in woodland, followed by a visit to the Pittenweem Arts Festival, which is becoming increasingly renowned. And it is the honour of my life to be their local champion in Westminster. And I'm not the only one. It wasn't so much a case of Liberal Democrats winning here, it was Liberal Democrats winning everywhere. We won in Wales. We won back the West Country. We broke new ground in the home counties. 72 Liberal Democrat local champions elected by their constituents and who are already working day in, day out, fighting for their communities. But it would be remiss of me not to mention part of the result that was particularly dear to my heart, and that was our success in Scotland. Returning 3 Scottish colleagues with increased majorities, Susan Murray winning back Mid Dunbartonshire. Hooray! And we have even managed to sneak in a couple of extra Scots in English constituencies, like Callum Miller in Bicester and Woodstock, and in Surrey Heath, formerly represented by Michael Gove. We swapped a Scottish Conservative for a Scottish Liberal Democrat. And Al, if the similarities to your predecessor don't end there, I thoroughly expect you to be strutting your stuff at Lib Dem Disco later tonight. And conference, what a special moment it was when the last result to be declared across the whole of the UK was the Liberal Democrats winning back Charles Kennedy's old seat. Well done, Angus. And I'm sure Charles would have been proud of us all for what we achieved on that historic night in July. And just as we did our bit across the UK to deliver a decisive blow to an out-of-touch and out-of-time Conservative government, so too did we play our part in beating the SNP. Now, I'm not going to stand here and gloat about the demise of the SNP. I value my marriage, but I do think there is a lesson for everyone in politics about what happens when you take voters for granted. I'm not sure the SNP had that sense of entitlement a decade ago, but over recent years, they have used their position on the green benches in Westminster not to work to improve things, but simply to grandstand. and they use their positions of power in the Scottish Government not to deliver, but to over-promise. So no wonder so many former SNP voters that I spoke to during the campaign were utterly disillusioned with that party. But meanwhile, Liberal Democrats were out there offering positive solutions. And of course, on solutions to the constitutional question, I've said it before, it's not that I disagree with the SNP on the diagnosis, it's that I disagree with them on the cure. And our Liberal Democrat vision of political reform, of fair votes, of making things work, not tearing things down within a fair federal union is what we want to see. And as we approach 10 years since the independence referendum in Scotland, it's clear, both from the recent Sturgeon Salmond documentary and from the recent SNP manifesto, just look at page 1, line 1 of that they have simply failed to take on board the message that the people of Scotland have clearly delivered to them. The SNP have pursued a decade of division, a decade which has failed, and the cost of that has been borne by the people of Scotland. And meanwhile, we, the Liberal Democrats, have listened. We have earned back that trust, and we have made the priorities of ordinary people our priorities. The state of the NHS in Scotland, the sewage that the SNP has allowed to be dumped into our rivers and coastal areas, the education of our children, which the SNP government has neglected and allowed to decline. And we have made clear that if you put your trust in the Scottish Liberal Democrats, then we will repay it. We will stand up for your communities. Just as Willie Rennie has been standing up for our schools, he has been absolutely assiduous in his role in the Education Committee in holding the Scottish Government to account. Or Alex Cole-Hamilton calling out the disgrace that is NHS dentistry in Scotland, where whole swathes of the country, including Fife, have become dental deserts. And looking at my colleagues in the Highlands and Islands, Jamie, for instance, has been standing up for his constituents who have to drive hundreds of miles in order to access maternity services. As the new chair of the DEFRA Select Committee, congratulations, Alistair, by the way, he said this week, the SNP and Labour don't know how to stand up for our rural communities, but the Liberal Democrats do. Our message of listening to communities resonated deeply at this election. Scottish Liberal Democrats had our best results since 2010 under Alex Cole-Hamilton's leadership, and I've been proud to serve in the Scottish Party as his deputy. And Conference, we have the chance to repeat that success coming very soon. 2026 is less than 2 years away. We have the chance to kick the SNP out of power for the first time in nearly 20 years. It's time for a change in Scotland. And be in no doubt, Scottish Liberal Democrats are part of that change. Now, when it came to our campaign in North East Fife, it became clear that we were the only ones working. My existing parts of North East Fife were used to hearing from the local Lib Dem team. But the communities of places such as Kennoway, Windigates, and the rest of Leven, hearing regularly from a political party outside of election time was a bit of an experience for them. And I can promise we've created an expectation which we will continue to deliver on. Of course, one of the benefits of our historic general election result is that we have returned to our former position as a third party in the House of Commons. And Conference, we aim to take a very different approach to the SNP. I think what people want to see is members of Parliament working together to try and secure a fair deal for the whole of the UK, not simply trying to divide us. Being the third party is a big responsibility. We have a far greater ability to effect change now than we did in previous recent parliaments. We want to be a constructive opposition. We want to be local champions, and we want to do things differently. It's great to have the opportunity to vote on a regular basis for Liberal Democrat amendments to legislation. And we're also looking forward to our first Opposition Day debate, where we control the parliamentary timetable in just a few weeks' time. Part of what we'll also be doing is looking at how Parliament itself works. Our Parliament gives a special platform for the largest opposition party over and above the third party. But the election result we have just seen raises questions about whether that is the fairest way forward. After all, in the past 100 years, the gap between the second and the third parties has never been smaller. For every 3 Conservative MPs, there are now 2 Liberal Democrats. And if you'll indulge my inner politics geek, I mean, we are at conference, we are in what the Hansard Society has described as a multipolar parliament. And that respected organisation has floated changes that could be introduced in Parliament to reflect that new electoral reality. For a start, opposition days and questions to the Prime Minister being distributed more equally. We have an opportunity to make Parliament work for the better. That's a good thing in and of itself, but if we get it right and Parliament makes better decisions, then that has a positive impact on people's lives too. As Chief Whip, I'll be committed to making sure that we secure those changes. And I, along with Marie Goldman, will be members of the new Modernisation Committee. And one of the first proposals that committee is considering is looking at reviewing second job rules. And it's been suggested that this might include examining whether MPs should moonlight as television presenters. Watch out, Nigel. And when it comes to my flock of 71 MPs, I am fortunate enough to come from a family of keen shinty players. And I have my dad's silver-topped Canon on the wall in my new office. I think it comes off. And I'll be using it metaphorically, not to literally, of course, to ensure that it is Liberal Democrat MPs who are getting things done, who are delivering for their communities. Conference, during the election campaign, when I was doing interviews on the television sometimes, I'd be asked, what's the point of getting a Lib Dem elected? They're not going to form any government, are they? And to that, I say this: never take voters for granted. Never lose sight of what matters. The Conservatives, year after year, chose chaos and confrontation over listening to what matters to communities. And just look at the result: the neglect of the National Health Service. The Conservative government in Westminster utterly broke the NHS. We've seen the report just this week, and it is scathing. And I've got to say, the SNP government in Edinburgh has been just as bad, despite higher per head funding. And that's why Liberal Democrats are the party of the NHS and care in every part of Britain. The out-of-touch Conservative Party, who allowed hospitals to crumble and waiting times to soar, can never be trusted with the NHS again. Nowadays, the ATM scramble to see a GP is even harder than securing an Oasis ticket. We cannot go on like this. So, Liberal Democrats in the House of Commons will stand up for health, we will stand up for our communities, and our ambitions do not end there. Because I've had the privilege over the last 5 years to deliver some real change in Parliament, but in delivering change for my constituents as well. Like, for example, helping the Scottish Deer Centre find a new owner when it was at risk of closure during COVID, or working on a cross-party basis to support the Linda Norgrove Foundation in ensuring 19 Afghan female medical students were able to come to Scotland to study. And it was my pleasure to meet them in the Scotland office in Edinburgh just a few short weeks ago. But it's also about delivering changes to the law. It was my bill, the Carers Leave Act 2023, that gave carers the right to fight and take unpaid leave. And the day that bill was brought into law was one of the proudest moments of my life, because of the tangible impact that it would have to so many of my constituents and so many people across the country. Thank you. And I'm delighted to again have that opportunity after having been successful in the private members' bill ballot again last week. Call me for tips. And to be joined by 3 other Liberal Democrat MPs at the same time, Max, Danny and Ros. So watch this space for what we're going to do with that brilliant opportunity that we have. You see, if changing the law is something that I could do as one of just 15 Liberal Democrat MPs, when we were the fourth party, when we were consigned to the very back benches of the Commons chamber and shut out by the standing orders, then just imagine, with our new third party status, just how many things Liberal Democrats can and will deliver this Parliament. 72 local champions delivering for their communities and delivering for the country. I simply cannot wait to come back to conference again and again this Parliament and hear how it is Liberal Democrats making the difference and delivering the fair deal that their communities need. Thank you. Thank you. Yay. Thanks. Enjoy conference, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Wendy. Thank you, conference. Thank you, Palmer. We now adjourn for the lunchtime fringes and resume in the hall at 1 o'clock for the policy consultation sessions. Thank you.